Mr. Chair, looks like we're just waiting on Commissioner Locke. Commissioner Bolton will be absent today, so once Commissioner Locke shows up, you'll have the quorum for the day.
Okay, thank you.
And it looks like Commissioner Locke is here.
Yeah, I apologize. My Zoom had to update.
Happens to the best of us.
All right, seeing how all the commissioners are here, I'm going to call the regular meeting of the Carmel-by-the-Sea Planning Commission to order for October 12th, 2022. Can we have roll call, please?
Commissioner Allen?
Here.
Commissioner Bolton? Commissioner Delves?
Here.
Commissioner Locke?
Here.
Chair LePage?
Here. Thank you. Okay, the first item on our agenda tonight is a public appearances. Members of the public may speak to the Planning Commission at this time about municipal matters which are not on our agenda. These matters will not receive any discussion tonight, but they may be on a future agenda for discussion. Is there anyone from the public who would like to speak to the Planning Commission about any matters, municipal matters which are not on our agenda tonight?
Mr. Chair, looks like you do have one hand up with a cell phone.
Hand up here. You want to unmute yourself, whoever that is? Yeah, you're muted. There you go. You're unmuted now.
Good evening, Chair LePage and Planning Commissioners. This is Christy Hollenbeck from Stop Cell Towers in Carmel neighborhoods. As an education-oriented group, we are still actively researching and continuing to uncover information that will help our city to make the best decisions for the future. Because we share the city's stated goal of writing the strongest possible wireless ordinance for Carmel-by-the-Sea, residents funded the best practices wireless ordinance from attorney Andrew Campanelli. We selected Mr. Campanelli because after thoroughly researching the options, we found that he has a proven track record of supporting a strong and legally defensible city ordinances and does not have a conflict of interest with telecom companies. He is easy to understand, and his easy to understand and strong ordinance is not designed to stop all cell sites. It is designed to allow the city to request pertinent information from the providers and give the city the maximum ability to control where they go and assure that they are safe. Our group is for cell service in the least intrusive means to our residential neighborhoods. Remember, in addition to making sure that the village has adequate cell phone service, our long-term goal should be to move above ground infrastructure underground and go to a fiber-based delivery of fast internet services. You can go to carmelunderground.org to find interesting and informative videos, articles, and resources on this subject, as well as a chronological recording of the activities we've undertaken since the beginning of this process. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chrissy. Okay, is there anyone else who would like to speak to the Planning Commission about matters which are not on our agenda tonight?
Yes, my name is Frank Perry, and
Okay,
we are building a home in Carmel-by-the-Sea. And we are inquiring about how we can purchase more water credits. I know at one time there was the ability to do so, and I wanted to see if that opportunity was still available either through this committee or the city, or maybe people who wish to sell any water credits. But I wanted to, my wife said, please ask that question if you attend. I said, so I am.
Okay, I don't know if staff wants to make any comments on that at this time. The commission doesn't have any authority over water credits.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I could make a statement and say that the city doesn't have any credits available, but you do have an expert on water on your planning commission, actually, and Commissioner Locke. I don't know if she wants to add some additional color to that, but in short, there's no water for sale right now.
Yeah, Mr. Perry, the Malpaso water, which was the most recent entitlement of water that was available for purchase, they have stopped selling at this point in time, and I have not heard anything about a plan to re-implement any sales in the future. So unfortunately, we have to wait at this point until the moratorium's lifted. The Public Utilities Commission recently approved the expansion of Pure Water Monterey. When that project gets completed, I think we will be trying to do everything we can to get the moratorium lifted and have water available.
When is that expected to be?
I think right now we're looking at it within 2 to 3 years.
Okay. All right. Do you think there's any avenue for going after people that may have credits they wish to sell on the private market?
Mr. Perry, this isn't really an open discussion.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine.
It's just comments. Yeah, but thank you. And if you want to pursue this further, I would suggest you get in touch with the Monterey Peninsula Water Management District. They're the ones who can help you.
You got it. Thank you.
Okay. Are there anyone else from the public that would like to address the Planning Commission on matters which are not on our agenda tonight?
Mr. Chair, looks like Gabriel
I
Sanders
got
has
your
a hand
hand
up.
up here, Gabriel Sanders. Are you there somewhere? Gabriel?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me all right?
Yeah, now we can. Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to address that previous question with another question, or rather an investigative direction. I would advise the Planning Commission and anybody looking to purchase water credits to make sure that they're aware of any state laws that require prioritization of water credits, any existing water credits for affordable housing development until your MENA numbers are met. So make sure you know that law before you start selling water credits for single family home development.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Sanders. We appreciate your comments.
Thanks.
Is there anyone else who would like to make any comments to the Planning Commission at this time about matters which are not on our agenda tonight? Okay, I don't see any hands going up. Nobody chiming in, so we're going to close the public comments and move on. Next thing on our agenda are announcements. Are there any announcements from staff or the planning commissioners or the public? I don't hear anybody stepping forward, so we'll move on to the consent agenda. Items on the consent agenda are considered to be routine in nature and do not require discussion, but items may be pulled at the request of the commission or the public for further discussion. We have 2 items on the consent agenda tonight. We have the adoption of the Planning Commission regular meeting September 14th meeting minutes. And then item number 2 is the staff monthly activity report regarding building permits. Is there anyone, any of the commissioners want any of these items pulled for comment, or anyone from the public that would like any of these items pulled for any comments or questions? Okay, in that case, I will make a motion that we accept items on the consent agenda 1 and 2.
Second.
Okay, the motion's been made in second. Can we have roll call, please?
Commissioner Allen,
Yes.
Commissioner Delves,
Yes.
Commissioner Locke,
Yes.
Chair LePage.
Yes, the motion is carried. Okay, the next item on our agenda are the orders of business. We have 2 items tonight. The first is to receive a report and provide feedback on the Design Traditions 1.5 strategy paper. We have our staff report, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Let me get this started here from the beginning. So on your screens, do you see the full side-to-side screen, or do you have like a black box around it that says, you know, notes and next slide and all that stuff? You're good? Okay, I saw Stephanie say that. Okay. Well, thank you all very much for the time tonight for this very important item. We're going to be talking about the Design Traditions project. Most importantly, we're going to focus on the strategy paper, which you've had for a little while and went out in the packet. I'm going to start just by saying a hearty thank you to everyone that's been involved in this so far. The public, our steering committee, a few of whom are here with us this evening, the Planning Commission, City Council, on my team here at the city, and Nori Winter and his team, and Nori's actually joining us as well. So he's here to hear your feedback in the public as well. So on we go. So just to get everyone reacquainted with this, because it's been a little while since we've been at the Planning Commission, the scope of this project in simple terms is updating the residential design guidelines and the commercial design guidelines, creating those related zoning code amendments that are essentially the implementation of our design guidelines. And the biggest part, I think, in my opinion, is engaging the community throughout the whole process. And again, I just did my thank yous, and you probably hear that a bunch of times during this presentation, but everyone has really answered the call of that catchphrase that I've started over the last year of get involved. I really want people to get involved, and they've risen to that challenge. So as I mentioned, the core project team is the city planning staff, and you can see everything that they're sort of in charge of. Winter and Company, who Nori Winter, the principal, is with us this evening, and our steering committee, who are appointed by the city council. And you can see everyone has their own sort of lanes, but they do cross over quite a bit because it is a very well integrated and collaborative team. The extended project team, as I like to call it, includes the community. It includes the residents, the business owners, the community groups. It includes the city council. It includes you as a planning commission, and it includes our historic resources board. I look at this project as an all-encompassing village-wide project, and we're not doing it for me. We're not doing it for my staff. We're not necessarily doing it for the planning commission. We're doing it for the community. So all of these stakeholders, in my opinion, are part of the extended project team. So where are we at now in the process? We are at what's called the strategy paper. And what this is a document that outlines the direction for those design guideline updates. Effectively, what this is we took all the information that we've heard up to date from those preliminary meetings we had with you and the city council, our 2 hands-on community workshops in June, an online survey that we did, our steering committee meetings, and other public correspondence that we receive. When we get an email or a phone call from someone, we've been documenting all of that because it's all important feedback. And so what this strategy paper represents is one, where we thought maybe this project needed to go, but more importantly, putting in all that great feedback that we've gotten so far from all these inputs. And what it's going to do, the strategy paper will do, once it's finalized through the Planning Commission, the City Council, it's going to be the roadmap or the guide, essentially, for that first round of updates that we're going to do to the design guidelines and the zoning code to some extent. So the approach was broken into different focus areas for the strategy paper that you received and that went out to the public. This went to the workshop we had in early October for everyone to see. So it's been out there for a while, but you can see it's broken up into different areas, designing Carmel, respecting the Carmel's design, some of the current issues, some of the recommendations for both the downtown and the residential area, and then talking a little bit about review process and administration of those amendments, how we actually make the sausage more or less once we have these design guidelines in place. So I'm going to run through really quickly some of the stuff that's in the strategy paper that really came from all those inputs that I mentioned earlier. And this is, for the benefit of the Planning Commission, we did have some of our commission members there, which was wonderful, and the video's there, and I'm sure that people have tuned in and seen that. But this is a presentation along the lines of what we gave at the most recent workshop, just to let everyone know where we're at in collecting the information between the survey and the first workshop and all that. So I'm going to try to get you up to speed a little bit, and then we'll get to the question that I'm really here to ask you all tonight. So here's some of the things that we learned and that we put into the strategy paper that we think we need to do. This is what we've heard from the community. We need to combine the 2 residential design guideline documents into one book, make it less complicated, develop a separate book for downtown that looks, acts, and feels like the design guidelines for the residential district. Our commercial guidelines right now are really 11 pages. Nori loves to say, and he will probably say it again if he gets a chance, he didn't write the downtown ones. That wasn't part of his project 20 some years ago. That was done separate and apart from the design guidelines for the residential district that we all know and love so much. Improving wayfinding in the documents, meaning how do you navigate these documents? More visual examples, it's easier for us to understand design when we can see things. More narrative text, again, in that idea of making the documents more useful, and then addressing design in the right-of-way. So when we started to tease it all out, there's really 3 big buckets of edits and changes that need to be made, in our opinion, based on all the feedback to those guidelines. One is illustrating the existing guidelines more effectively, using yes and no examples. You can see on the right-hand side of the screen here, check marks, imagine like a red X for something that's a no. Adding new design guideline topics that are now important that maybe didn't exist 20 years ago. Things like heat pumps. You know, the state's going to be requiring this ancillary equipment to be installed with new housing. And so how do we treat those from a design perspective when you start having these little appurtenances on houses that look a certain way? How do we do that? Think of things like rain gardens when we're addressing climate change, fire hazards, new materials that didn't exist before, and then changing the existing guidelines if needed. Things like the roofing material, retaining walls in the right of way. We've all talked about volumetrics a bunch. So it kind of falls into these three buckets. They're illustrating, adding, or changing. Oops. And so this is just an example of some of the things we trotted out at the workshop. You can see these are all draft only. None of this is real. But things like creating more illustrative grids. So the sheet on the left-hand side is 6 pictures of things that would be appropriate, 3 pictures of things that would be inappropriate. So some more visual guides versus just writing everything. And again, you can see the check marks on the right-hand side there. So some of the other recommendations that we heard throughout the process and that were included in the conversations about the strategy paper include improving administration of the design guidelines. And what does that mean? That means some of the language needs to be more firm, less of the passive language. Consider codifying some of those guidelines, meaning moving them out of or including them also in the zoning code, which is the law, versus the guidelines, which is still regulatory, but is not as hard and fast, black and white as a zoning code is. And then scheduling regular training with those that implement the design guidelines. This would be me and my staff, the Planning Commission, the City Council, the HRB, all the bodies that are going to end up using them, including probably some training for the public too, like how to navigate these. And then of course, the zoning code improvements that I mentioned, the implementation arm. We talked about volumetrics, maybe a better way to do that. Better illustrating how to measure things when we're talking about like height, plate heights, things like that. So we took the results of that first workshop, and like I said, that really informed a big chunk of that strategy paper. Here's some stuff that we learned at that first workshop. You were not able to come, and that was intentional. Like I said, we wanted to make it really a grassroots sort of local community thing, even though you're residents here. You do hold positions of power, and we didn't want to have sort of a cooling effect in there. So just to recap you on what we learned in that first workshop, things like big thoughts, like context really makes a difference. Landscaping is very important. Talking about attention to detail and authenticity and things like that. So you can see a picture here. We ran these big tabletop exercises. Those are my goofy monkey arms holding that thing up with Mayor White presenting out to the group in the room, talking about, so it was really great and interactive. We had all these activities. We talked about things like favorite streets, designing a house, front yards, right of way. We spent a good 2 or 3 hours together. We did this activity called Favorite Streets. And basically there's a favorite street in every part of town. And the concept of a favorite street is if we can identify what those favorite streets are, what is it about those favorite streets that makes them special to people? Is it because they have more canopy? Is it because the houses are set back farther? Is it because there's a certain style there? We don't know. So we did this exercise again. Interestingly, this exercise was done 20, 25 years ago, and it really tracks pretty closely. If anything, there's been some more streets added. But what was interesting 20 plus years ago, they also ran another exercise on this to find the relative property values. And probably no surprise, but on the favorite streets in town, the property values were relatively higher than those other ones in town. So there is a correlation between value and design and being a favorite street. So you can see some of the stuff we learned about what makes a favorite street a favorite street. We also ran other exercises. We talked about size of residential developments. And again, these are scans of the big sheets that we had laid on the table. We got some really good information. We talked about things like color and roof form and materials, and even down to the nitty gritty, more technical stuff like percentage of solid to void ratios, and that's windows to walls and things like that. We teased out some preferred features, front walls with variation in depth, 1 story in front, the type of roofing we're looking for, and landscaping. And I will tell you, landscaping is one of those things that wasn't a surprise to us, but what maybe was a surprise is how many people have picked up on that. I mean, that's one thing we've learned throughout this is everyone recognizes that the more that a house presents itself to the street completely bare with no landscaping, the more chance it has of being offensive to the eye from a design perspective. So we've definitely noted that landscaping is something that the community wants to see in there. We took note of some least favored features as well, like the colors and the roof and the 2 stories. It's kind of the opposite of what you just saw. We talked about front yards. Again, this has to do with landscaping, having that village in a forest feel, creating layered effects, rustic, natural landscaping, more drought tolerant. And ultimately where this may land us is bringing a landscaping ordinance to you as well that dovetails with the design guidelines process. So think of the zoning code as implementing some of the design things like height. We might find ourselves with a landscaping ordinance that implements the things respective of landscaping that we've learned through this process. We also talked about downtown. Again, the downtown guidelines are pretty thin as it is right now, so we know we're going to be bulking those up. But the general sentiments about the downtown is it needs to be pedestrian friendly, human scaled. We know that there's going to have to be some second stories if we're going to come anywhere near our housing. So the buildings are going to have to get bigger downtown. So how do we do that in a sensitive way? That means being sensitive to the mass and the variation from the street. We also want to see it continue to be open and welcoming with storefronts and courtyards and landscaping that enhance how it feels walking down the street. Think about things like interblock walkways and planters at storefronts. So we're going to be teasing those out in a more robust design guidelines for the downtown area. So that was what we learned from the first workshop that went into the strategy paper. And the other big data input was this online survey that we did. You can see the list of the topics that were addressed in this survey. We had 331 respondents. And I'll be the first one to admit that a survey, although surveying is a science, I wouldn't say that it's necessarily the most scientific way to gather information. We're not basing our strategy paper solely on the survey. This is just another data set that we're able to gather. So I just want to make that clear that, we recognize that survey results oftentimes have to be taken with a grain of salt. Some of the interesting ones that we came away with, forest character, it's very clear that forest character is important to everyone. So we know that that's something we need to focus on. It dovetails nicely with the landscaping thing we talked about. Roof form, we asked the question, is it important for the primary roof to be sloped or pitched? You can see that a good percentage of folks did feel that the primary roof should be sloped or pitched. So we need to continue to discuss and clarify those guidelines. Architectural style, it can fit regardless of style necessarily as long as it's subordinate. So we've been trying to walk that line of calling out specific designs and styles that are appropriate versus how you do whatever style or design you choose to do. Think about things like authenticity and scale, that regardless of whatever style you propose, then it's done in a sensitive way. So this is trying to see where the community was at on that. So again, the observation here was key variables are important regardless of style, but we need to continue to explore that in more detail because there still might be some styles that we want to call out, but we're not 100% sure on that one yet. Building massing, we talked about this. If we're gonna address that RHNA number of 350 units in the downtown or in our city, which is really important, we need to figure out where we can put more housing, and the downtown second stories are an obvious place to get some of that. So we need to be sensitive to building massing. So that's going to have to be clear guidance in our downtown guidelines. We talked about alternative materials in the survey as well, which is something we talked about in the workshops. You can see that there seems to be a sentiment that alternative materials can be appropriate as long as they're done in a sensitive manner. In this most recent workshop we had some great feedback from people about the things that make man-made or alternative materials seem fake. Things like obvious patterns being repeated, colors that just don't seem natural, the materials being applied in individual units, like an individual hardy board or an individual manufactured stone versus big plates or things like that. So we're going to explore that a little bit further and try to find some guidelines that can help with that. And that got us to our community workshop. So between all the feedback we got from the online survey, the first set of workshops, all of the correspondence we received, that brought us to this most recent community workshop where we talked about the strategy paper. We had two main goals. One was to do some more detailed exercises that really dove into some of these topics from the first workshop, but two, to get the feedback on the strategy paper to make sure that we're on the right direction. The point of the strategy paper and this whole process, frankly, getting the community so involved, is we don't want to go so fast that we miss an opportunity for someone to raise their hand and say, well, that's not what I meant. You guys missed the mark. And we're trying to go slow and thoughtfully so that the community at large has a chance to be involved in this process and really buy in and give their 2 cents, because we think that's really important. So it was well attended. We had 63 total, 23 on Zoom and 40 in person. Marnie and Catherine did an expert job of running Zoom breakout rooms anytime we went into the exercises. So people on the Zoom had a similar experience to those that were physically in the room. And we did, as I mentioned, have some of our elected and appointed city officials come from the council, planning commission, HRB, and Forest and Beach. So thank you to all those that took the time out of their evenings to come. Generally positive feedback on the strategy paper. I didn't hear anything, and my team didn't either, where we totally missed the mark on something. There's always little bits of clarification, but I think we're going the right direction so far based on feedback from the community. And those exercises that I talked about, participants were asked to complete individual workbooks that were built off of those June workshop exercises. We spent about 5 or 10 minutes on every exercise explaining it, and then people got to take their workbook home. They had a week to complete them and turn them in. And so we'll be using those to refine those draft updates. We're just now getting to the point where we're scanning them and going to hand those over to Nori and his team so they can dive in. But we basically refined some of those broader topics like mass and volume, design character, the process itself, design review board versus planning commission versus some sort of hybrid, and just history in general, historic structures. So like now where we're at in the process is we're gathering feedback from you, the planning commission, and then next month we'll be at the city council before we start drafting. And that I just want to run you through some pictures because it was a great exercise. It was fun to see everybody. We had really good participation. I'm sure you'll see faces that you recognize. We even had a furry friend decide to join us, was kind enough to wear a name tag there. You can see Marnie and Catherine running the Zoom room. Lots of great interaction. We had our steering committee members there. Every table had a facilitator at it. Our planning and building staff came as well to get everyone lined out. So where do we go from here? Tonight, we're getting the feedback from you. Next month, we'll go on to city council, get feedback. And then we're going to sort of go inward and start drafting the guidelines between my staff and Nori's team. And then we'll be coming back for a community workshop to talk about those draft updates late December, early January 2022. PC and city council feedback. Then once we get feedback from the community on those drafts, we'll go back through for another round of feedback, update, make changes as needed, edit our first round of drafts if need be. And then we'll start going through the process of actually adopting them in spring of 2023. That is a typo. We are obviously past spring 2022. So spring 2023 is when we'll start really going through and start the adoption process. So that brings me to what are we here for tonight? I got 3 main questions for you that you saw in the staff report, and they're up on the screen for you right now, but let me just walk through them. So first question is, does the strategy paper capture the early feedback that you gave us? The early feedback and the early direction. So did we capture everything that you told us was important to you as a planning commission in the strategy paper, or do we need to tweak something, add something? The second question is, does the strategy paper capture the feedback you've heard from the community? Because you as appointed officials, I'm sure, get emails from residents, and that's very important to us. They may feel comfortable going to you as decision makers. So is there something you've heard from community members that we didn't capture in the strategy paper? And then third and lastly, are there any omissions or inconsistencies in the strategy paper at a bigger level? Like, did we totally miss something altogether? Even if you didn't tell us about it in the beginning, when you're reading through it, did you think, oh my gosh, I can't believe we're not talking about this? We'd love to have that feedback from you too. So with that, I'll do one last round of thank yous to everybody involved in this process. It's gone really well so far since we started several months ago. And I'm excited for the next 6 to 8 months when we're working on getting to adoption. So with that, I will end my presentation. I would like to mention that we do have a local organized group, the Carmel Preservation Association. I did speak to the chair about this, who have requested to have 10 minutes when we start with the public comment. My recommendation to staff would be to allow that because they're an organized group rather than having, numerous people each have their 3 minutes. I think that 10 minutes would serve them well to give a coherent presentation because they have a position paper that they'd like to talk about with you all. So now I will end my presentation. I'm available for questions before we move forward.
Okay, thank you, Brandon. Are there any questions for Brandon from the commissioners before we go to the public comments? No questions from the commissioners? Okay. As Brandon said, the Historic Preservation Society has requested a 10 minutes to do their presentation. So I'm going to grant that to them at this time and give them the floor. So who's representing the Carmel Preservation? Carol Hall? Okay.
Yes, I am. First, I am, and then Ken White, our former mayor, and Neil Cruz will be joining in as well. But I'm going to.
You're going to share that time.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right.
Yes. So I'm Carol Hall. I represent the Carmel Preservation Association, and thank you to Chair LePage and Brandon Swanson, and thank you, Brandon, for the summary there, for the opportunity to address the planning commissioners and staff today. We have been given 10 minutes and others will be speaking as well, as I said. And we're asking you to please help save Carmel's appeal, charm, and magic. So what we have, since we're on Zoom, I just want to give you a feel for this. We have 80 plus feet of petitions signed by people that we have gathered over the last few months without too much trouble. And we have summarized what we found out in these petitions, but I want to read to you what they signed. And the title was Save the Unique Architectural Character of Carmel-by-the-Sea. And it reads, the following residents of and visitors to Carmel love our village character, and we respectfully ask that the City Council and Planning Commission reassess the approval process for demolitions, remodels, and new construction. Please consider the ambiance that has been Carmel for over 100 years. It is being eroded with Anywhere USA buildings, sterile facades, and box-like structures, including use of excessive glass and industrial materials that do not fit in the old world charm of our village in the forest. So that is a statement that people signed, and we had it in large print, so they didn't even need their glasses. So who signed the petition? It was broken out. We collected their, among other things, their zip code, and 44% of the respondents were from Carmel-by-the-Sea, the residents of Carmel-by-the-Sea. 19% live in the Carmel sphere of influence, 28% are visitors, and 9% didn't put their zip code, so we don't know where they're from. Plus, we put it on Facebook briefly, and there were 110 supportive responses, and 10 additionally were non-supportive. Just so you know, as you know, in Carmel, nothing's ever 100%. So what is our message to you? Carmel's fate is in your hands. Carmel is extraordinary and deserves to be protected for future generations. Over the past few years, Carmel has fallen vulnerable to the pressures of demolition and development in this period of unprecedented prosperity, which may be over now. People who want what they have in Anywhere USA are bringing their Anywhere USA house designs into our tiny residential tree-lined streets without consideration that they do not blend in with their neighbors or the rest of the village. The bigger, the squarer, the more glass, the straighter, the flatter, the taller, the better. Carmel Preservation Association residents and visitors disagree with this concept and what Carmel-by-the-Sea was created to be. Residents are coming from love of place. Modernists are often coming from what they can get out of an opportunity, status, profit, etc. We don't profit from our work like architects and contractors and realtors do. This is not fun for us. We're doing this strictly out of a love for Carmel and the magic it presents to our world. Look to motives. We acknowledge that there are people who truly love modern styles. That's great, but not in Carmel. Just as there are people who do not want trees near their home. Fine, but not in Carmel. And people who want wide, straight streets with sidewalks, sure, but not in Carmel. The logical conclusion to replacing our traditional cottages with modern style boxes in a limited area such as Carmel is that eventually we have a preponderance of modern styles in our village. Unfortunately, we're getting there fast. For those who want to alter Carmel because this is America and they want what they want, we say to honor Carmel means to cherish what we have been given, not to make it look like the rest of the country. I think you are good people. Sadly, every commissioner has stated publicly that they accept, if not welcome, modern styles in Carmel. We ask that you commissioners stop approving projects based on your personal preferences and start reflecting the wishes of the significant number of residents, probably 80%, who want to stop modern style houses from being approved. We cannot vote off the planning commissioners as they are appointed by the city council, but we can vote for council members in a few days who will enforce the wishes of the residents. Please be the leaders who actually protect Carmel's appeal from the pressure of change in the name of progress. Thank you so much for your attention. On to Ken.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman Mike, for your help. I'm going to read you a statement from the 1988 general plan. Nori Winters will probably recognize this. The reason is because sometimes information from the past can help make decisions right now a lot easier. This is a quote from the general plan. In recognition of this fit between natural and built environments, and perhaps to enhance the fit of many cities' buildings have been designed with natural materials, pleasant open spaces, and abundant landscape. Carmel stone, local granite, the frequency use of wood in hand-carved doors, window frames, sills, molding, roofing materials, and signs are all design features that contribute to the village character of the city. These form a contrast to the glass, steel, plastic, and featureless gray concrete so often found in other cities. Another dimension of this mimicry of natural environment is a love of detail and craftsmanship. Just as nature abhors the monotony of anything blank or unrelieved, so Carmel's builders have embellished their work with detail and advice to create interest and continual delight in the designs of their buildings. Most of Carmel-by-the-Sea significant buildings exhibit a myriad of detail, some intricate, some bold, that defies cataloging in a single view or visit. Surfaces are broken up by ridges, inserts, decorative tiles, cavities, niches, abrupt changes of material. Textures show great variety from smooth, troweled plastic, brick, stone, rock, and exposed aggregate to painted and carved unfinished wood. Corners exhibit bi-levels, bull noses, cornices, and moldings. Everywhere, the design, attention to detail, and the builder's contribution of skill and craftsmanship are evident in the best of Carmel's buildings. Now, that was probably pretty boring, but I would suggest that the commissioners in their deliberations go back and have your staff find general plan comment. And I thank you very much for your time.
Okay, who's your next speaker?
Neil Cruz.
You have approximately 2.5 minutes left.
Okay, Neil.
Thank you. And nice presentation, Brandon. I was happy to hear Brandon say that we may explore more architectural styles because this is what the CPA feels has been missing. Some of you will not know because our first protest of some of the survey questions occurred during the first public steering committee meeting, at which time I said that I feel some of the questions seem a little loaded to me or a little biased, like we're not really going to get an objective answer from these questions. And I didn't say that, by the way, that was before we had any survey results. But this had also been said to me by several residents, two of which said they couldn't fill it out. They got so upset. So I understand these are not scientifically designed and so on, but I'd like to make the point that we'd like to get onto the specific subject of architectural styles. Now, the question that was asked in the survey went something like this: a new house can fit in, regardless of the style, if it is subdued in its character, including size, form, materials, and color. Well, I'd like to say that almost anything can fit in, regardless of anything, if it is subdued in character, including size, form, materials, and color. So how about if we ask that question, a new house can fit in regardless of style, and see the answer to that one. Here's some other questions. What architectural styles do you feel are more conducive to maintaining Carmel's village forest character? What architectural styles do you feel are less conducive to maintaining Carmel's village forest character? How about another one? Drive around and send us pictures or addresses of homes you feel do not contribute to the Carmel village forest care. I understand we want to be careful about talking about specific individuals' houses and causing insult and hurt. I think that in this case, it's warranted. We're talking about the residents of Carmel here. I think we have to ask these tough questions. And then the last thing I want to say is that at the farmers market, Carol and I have listened in over probably 10 sessions to what must be now 100 tourists and visitors, all of them, not all of them, many of them saying, you guys, we have noticed that you've lost your grace. The modern style is moving in, just like they did to us in Sun Valley. You're losing it, and if it keeps up, we aren't coming back here anymore. Can we afford to lose our tourism simply because we want modern architecture?
Thank you. You know, I had a question for your group. The city has gone to great pains to organize these workshops. And what we're being presented tonight is a strategy paper, which represents the results of these two workshops. And I've heard these complaints from your group before, but did you participate in this workshop? Are you trying to come up with specific recommendations to the city? All I'm hearing tonight is I'm hearing you saying that you've got a big petition with a bunch of people that think the character of Carmel is changing and they don't like it. And you're accusing the Planning Commission of somehow approving a bunch of modern houses. And it sounds like you're accusing us of not using the guidelines, which I take great exception with. I've been involved in residential review since the year 2000. And to be honest with you, I don't think I could count on more than one hand the number of modern homes that have been considered or approved. Now, I'm not saying that there aren't any, but there are some, but there is certainly not, in my opinion, an overall change to the community. But my point here, what I'm asking you is, you know, we're having a process now so that you can voice your complaints and get them into the guidelines of some type of a meaningful policy. And I don't hear that from your group. All I hear is that you are accusing the Planning Commission of not using the guidelines that we have now or the municipal code to strengthen and move the character of the community forward. And you're also, I don't see that you're offering any concrete suggestions in terms of policy. Where in the design guidelines? I mean, I understand you put out an opinion paper about a while back and you said you have zero tolerance for modern architecture. That is your position, zero tolerance. So how are you going to put that into a policy? I mean, this is what we're doing now. We're trying to develop a strategy. We're trying to go out to the community and trying to get everybody involved. And the staff has gone to great lengths to this. So this is my question to you. Go ahead, Kim. You need to unmute.
Okay. Can I respond then, please, Michael?
Wait, Neil.
Ken, go ahead.
Ken had his hand up first.
Hear me okay now? Okay now? Well, thank you. You asked the question to begin where we involved your hearings. Yes, we had probably seven to eight of our folks at those hearings, and they were well done. They were very well done. We filled out the questionnaires. We did everything we were supposed to. We even made comments about the process. One of the things that bothered our group and some other citizens was there was a dearth of planning commissioners and council members. The decision makers were not listening to the public. The only way we could do is fill out the forms and turn them in after the hearings. So we had some concerns about who was listening because the decision makers weren't there. And I think that was part of the problem that got us going in this direction. We weren't totally sure that the folks that are making the decisions were going to hear what our concerns were. Michael, I'm sorry you feel that way, but it just seemed to a lot of us, and I mean a lot of us, are still questioning where were the decision makers to hear the public at those hearings. Thank you very much. And
Ken, those were workshops. Right now is when the decision makers are hearing, your input, and there's going to be multiple points of input that the community has, the decision makers have. As Brandon said, he's deliberately taking this very slow, so everybody has an opportunity to have input, and so we can craft, the best policies which will, protect the character of our community, which we are all very concerned about. I mean, I don't think there's a person here who doesn't think that the character of Carmel is one of the greatest things that, exists in the built environment, along with the natural environment we have, which is the gift. So, this is the process. It's happening right now. Right now, the people that make decisions are listening to you.
I think, don't miss my point. The hearings and the workshops were very well done, very well done. What we're trying to get across is that listening to the discussion at those workshops would have been very helpful for the decision makers. That's the simple point. High accolades for the staff and Nori Winter and Brandon. No criticism on that. It's just that we were concerned that the discussions at those workshops were very valuable. It would have been good to hear. Thank you for your time, Michael.
The strategy paper is a representation of discussions. So if you feel there's something that's been left or omitted from the strategy paper, this is the time to let us know specifically what it is. So thank you. Neil, go ahead.
I was going to say, isn't that what we're doing, Michael? That's what we're doing right now. We're letting you know how we feel. We have not had significant chances for input. Let me give you an example. In one of the steering committee meetings, I stood up and we said, we feel it would be, Carmel Preservation Association is a significant number of residents. They're concerned specifically about village character, village forest, and village character. Isn't that the time for us to stand up and say something? Isn't that the place? So at the end of that meeting, one of the steering committee meetings suggested to the senior planner who was directing the meeting, we think you ought to listen to the CPA. Nothing happened. We have not had a lot of chances to speak, and this is why we organize this. We even hope to do more at this meeting today. So if it seems like all of a sudden we're coming out from behind and now we're being poor sports and we're pouring cold water, no, it's just that we haven't had a chance to be heard yet as of this time. I think there's a great deal of appreciation for the process. Most of us have been to every workshop as far as I know. So I just think it's new and now we're being heard, and that's why it's shocking. Carol?
I just want to add one more thing. This whole movement started when we were hearing from residents about the issues of the modern houses coming in here and that nothing was being done about it or it wasn't being addressed. And when we saw that the pit project, the very first one, the Del Dono project, was totally modern, white, flat roofed, etc. We thought, how could that be approved 5-0 by the Planning Commission? Something is terribly wrong here. This isn't what the residents are wanting. So that's what started this whole thing. That's all.
Well, I take exception with that. There were several meetings on the original Del Dono project.
And we weren't a part of that because we didn't even know about it at that point. We were not involved in the least at that point. So I'm sorry we weren't.
Will you let me speak without interrupting me, Carol?
Sorry.
Thank
Sorry.
you. I let you speak without interrupting you. Thank you. There were public hearings, several public hearings. There was every opportunity to have input. And there are, all of what the Planning Commission does are public hearings. Now, if you don't get the notice, what I would suggest is you contact the city clerk, get on the email list. They will send you out an email of every meeting and the subject matter and the links to all of our agendas so that you will always know. And I'm sure you've probably done that now.
Yes, I have.
But that's what you need to do. You have to take a little bit of agency to get this information, but they're all public hearings and they're all available for you to speak, And, I'm sorry if I take exception, but you have been continually making accusations against the Planning Commission. You've been threatening us. And really, I don't take that well, and particularly when we are going out of our way to allow you to have input. I have personally met with both of you to listen to you and to speak with you about this. I've taken my time. We are having these workshops. We have a strategy paper now. If Neil, if you feel like you weren't heard in the workshop, tell us specifically what you want, what you want to go into the strategy paper, or what has been omitted. That's a process we're involved in now. So do you have any other further comments you want to respond to that? Otherwise, I'm going to move on to other comments.
I want to thank you all for giving us the time to speak on this occasion. So thank you very much for letting us have the chance. We'll continue to speak. Thank you very much.
Well, I want to thank you for your activism. You obviously are very passionate about this, and I appreciate that. But I do want this to lead to a positive result where we can have policies and guidelines that the community and your parts of the community feel that are representing the path that we want to have for our community. And I appreciate your activism and your comments, and I just want you to have every opportunity that you can to help create some policies that will really benefit the community.
Excuse me,
okay.
I don't understand your program here.
Who's speaking? Somebody speaking there? Somebody? Maybe that was just.
I think it was an accidental unmute.
An accidental unmute.
No, it's not accidental unmute.
Okay. Is it
I'm a
Joseph?
resident of Carmel, and this is my first meeting involvement. Can I make about 30 seconds of a statement?
No, go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
I'm Dr. Joe Diego. Our house is on Santa Fe and 8th. We have a Murphy cottage. I'm distressed to hear that this discussion is going on amongst all of you, because Carmel is quaint. Carmel is classy. Carmel is character. None of us want to lose that. And my concern is that this is even happening because I've seen the newer houses come on the market. I would like to make a plea that we use our energies collaboratively and keep the quaintness and the character of this wonderful community intact. It's the only thing other than Nantucket, Massachusetts, in the whole country of ours, the United States, that has this sort of class. Nantucket has grabbed the bull by the horns over the course of the last several decades. They have guidelines that proclaim exactly what you are allowed or not allowed to do, and it persists to maintain the character of the community. I would love to see us do that for Carmel, and I'm more than happy to donate my time now that I've retired. And I thank you for the opportunity to speak, and I'm happy to hear you guys are talking together and trying to get this worked out. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Gabriel Sanders, you have your hand up?
I sure do. Thanks again for making time. And just for full transparency, I am the Deputy Director of Monterey County Land Watch. Our primary concern is to see that all of our jurisdictions are able to meet their regional housing needs allocation. And I heard some of what Brandon said as it relates to the strategy paper, to make sure that there is adequate room in these development guidelines to accommodate buildings that will allow for multifamily housing development that is affordable within the guidelines for RENA. And of course, there's character to be considered in all these guidelines. And I feel absolutely confident that the people who work for the city and that the residents here are innovative enough and also know their city well enough to know what a multifamily housing building can look like and still fit with the character. All that said, you have to make sure that that building envelope accommodates the units needed. So considering setbacks and height limits, sometimes 30 feet isn't going to be enough. You might need a few more just to accommodate those 3 stories. That means you don't have to build a whole lot more buildings or interfere a whole lot with the views or the silhouettes of these buildings. Just if you don't incorporate every single design guideline consideration into this update now, it just means you're going to have to do more work later. So I would just encourage you to look at the available commercial and residential areas in the city of Carmel and make sure that design guidelines in those areas would allow for buildings of sufficient size to meet your arena numbers. I know you're doing hard work on this already. I applaud that. So keep up the great work, and feel free to reach out to Landwatch anytime if you need any assistance in navigating the arena process. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, Gabriel. I think David O'Neill had his hand up next, and then Graham Norton after that.
Hi, I'm David O'Neill, and I'm sort of new here, about 2 years, moved here from France. My background is in real estate and construction, and we chose Carmel because it's beautiful European traditional charm, its quaintness and everything. It was the most like Europe in the United States we could find. And we love what you've done. You've done great work. And, you know, I just want to help be a part of the future, you know, keeping this a beautiful place. And I personally love modern design. And I've been asking myself, you know, why can't we just have a few modern homes or a few modern commercial buildings? And then I sort of asked myself, well, how do we limit that? And how do we say yes to one and no to another? And these guidelines that we're trying to come up with, which I think is a great idea and wonderful that everybody gets to talk about it, is how do those guidelines actually fit into making sure that we don't wind up just having ways to get around it and make things that really are not charming and not great for the image that the world has of our beautiful village. So I'm really excited about having these better guidelines, and I'm really interested in the idea of a design review board. And I thank everybody for coming together and trying to figure out what's best.
Thank you, David. Graham, I believe you were next. You need to unmute yourself there, Graham.
Thank you very much indeed. I'd just like to enforce the importance, and I'm sure everybody is aware of the importance of what's going on at the moment, but I gather that some jesters in the planning world refer to the CPA as Carmel Charmers. Well, in the same token, I'm sure that they will not be offended being referred to as Carmel Changers. You're the custodians for a short period in the 100-year rich history of Carmel-by-the-Sea. 1 square mile, not a vast area. And if I know local government officers, they will quite rightly wish to further their careers and move on to bigger and better opportunities elsewhere, thus potentially leaving the residents with these proposed design introduction changes. Now, whatever is decided in the next few weeks will be with us for the next 20 years. I'm pretty sure I may not be around at that stage, but the finger will be pointed at the city planning department's decision, lest we forget this. If modernism is introduced, it will be irreversible, and the major attraction for Carmel will be gone. And don't forget the adage, what if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Thank you very much indeed, Jim.
Thank you, Graham. I think Janice Bradner was next, so I'm going to call on her, and then I'll call on Kelly Francis.
Yes. In August 2005, my husband traveled to Santorini to see, in part to see the distinctive architecture of the island, which creates such a really charming and magical experience for visitors. And I know that I could go back now almost 20 years later And all those beautiful white buildings with the blue roofs will still be there unchanged. And it's because the community treasures the structures and realize that these are the primary reasons that people visit, much like Carmel used to be. When we bought our home 23 years ago, we came here because of the Carmel charm. And now that grandma's called me charmers, I guess I fall into that group. But we walked the neighborhoods on a regular basis, and we would always take different routes in order to see the cottages and gardens. You know, each was unique, but they still were in keeping with that feel of Carmel. And it seems like a lot of those cottages are going away now. They're being raised to make room for boxy modern glass monstrosities in the spirit of making Carmel more contemporary. Gone is the real sense of the unique architecture of our village being one of the primary reasons that people visit. With the tourist trade being a large chunk of the city's budget, it would seem to me that we would want to do everything in our power to keep the charm so that the tourist money keeps flowing. But instead, it seems there is a move afoot with some people who want to shoot the goose that lays that golden egg. And so if we make Carmel look like any other California coastal city, why would anybody want to spend their tourist dollars here? And I just want to say to the Planning Commission that you have the power to shape what our little piece of heaven is going to look like for the next 20 years. And so I just would ask that you do everything you can to keep the village, the unique gem that is treasured by the residents and the visitors alike. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Janice. Kelly Francis, you have the floor for 3 minutes.
Hi, I can't seem to activate my video, but I just have some very brief comments and a request, if you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. My name is Kelly Francis. I'm a full-time resident and property owner in Carmel-by-the-Sea. I would like, first of all, to thank everyone for their hard work over the past few months on this important agenda item. In my opinion, 3 things make Carmel-by-the-Sea unique: the ocean, the forest landscape, and the village architecture. 5 generations of my family have been in Carmel. I'm the 3rd generation. From this perspective, it seems critically important now to ensure that the revised design guidelines do everything possible to preserve the traditional forest village landscaping and architecture. The CPA petition, which was signed by hundreds of residents and visitors, speaks to how important this is. Please give it the attention it deserves. It articulates what makes Carmel-by-the-Sea unique, aesthetically and financially viable, and determines its future. It is worth expending the effort to do the right thing in the face of seemingly eroding standards and to preserve this special place as a forest village. I would like to thank everyone for their efforts in this regard and to ask that these efforts continue. They simply are that important. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other speakers? I don't see any other hands.
Michael?
Yes. Oh, Lucinda. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
Lucinda Lloyd.
Thanks, Mike LePage, and all members of the Planning Commission, plus Brandon Swanson and all the planning staff for this wonderful exercise that's been going on for a long time in order that all of us can get our voices heard. While I recognize that Carmel is charming and lovely, we're lucky that it's sited in an area of natural beauty. But the other thing that I have always appreciated about Carmel and Carmelites is the dignity and the quiet quality of Carmel. And I would like to see that stressed as much as the charm and the magic. Thanks, Michael, for all you're doing.
Thank you, Lucinda. Victoria Beach has her hand up. Go ahead, Victoria.
Sorry, I was trying to get the video going. Hold on one quick second. So I just wanted to thank the Carmel preservation folks for their commitment as Michael did. And I also wanted to propose that I think we actually have a lot of constructive, sometimes hard to see that it's constructive, but a real constructive agreement here amongst everybody who's participating in this process. And I think that agreement comes from something that Neil said himself just now, which is that when you define the guidelines strictly enough and then enforce them, although he didn't say that part, that I'm adding that part, then you actually can get that recessive, subordinate, respectful architecture that we all value. I don't, from private conversations I've had with him and others, I know that he has great respect for example, the Frank Lloyd Wright House, which is a masterpiece, and a number of, we have, I think, probably a large percentage of very modest mid-century buildings that I think, and I don't want to put words in his mouth, but have to do with sort of a heritage type of approach to a modest approach. So I think that part of what we're trying to work toward as a community here is clarifying our definitions. And I think that if we can do that, and I have every confidence we can as we move forward with this public process, that we can clarify exactly what is meant by new and offensive and oversized and stark and all that stuff, that we can get to real agreement. And then I think it's going to be the responsibility of our steering committee, which I'm a member of, and the entire community to make it much easier on the staff and the community to enforce these agreed upon areas, which in my personal view has been a very difficult thing over the years that I've lived here. So it's about a decade and a half, a little more. And I think when we see slippage, as it's been referred to by Neil and others in the Carmel Preservation group, we are seeing sometimes quite a bit of difficulty with enforcement, which has to do with the way these guidelines are written. So anyway, I just want to inject a note of hope and constructive collaboration. I think we're actually going to get there. And I think we just have to learn to sort of be much more specific about what we're talking about. That's my view of it. Thanks.
Thank you, Victoria. Ian Martin, you have your hand up. You'd like to make some comments?
Yes, please. I'd just like to comment that I have attended some of the workshops. I think the workshops were well conducted. And I think that the Design Guidelines Committee does the village a good service in trying to identify the central qualities and emphasizing those qualities about what makes a building appropriate to Carmel-by-the-Sea. Talking about architectural styles really doesn't save us from poor buildings, right? You have plenty of historic buildings that are a terrible fit for the forest. And yes, also modern buildings too that are also a terrible fit for the forest. But I would posit that most of the bad buildings that are being built today are actually in the historic styles because they don't fit with the forested character. They're not human scale. They are inauthentic just by the dint of the fact that they are historical kitsch and not authentic. And I think it's very important to remember that Carmel-by-the-Sea is a community founded for creative people where self-expression is paramount to everything that this village was created for, right? And so to deny people the ability to explore new ideas in architecture and to explore what it means today to create a new home that subordinates to the forested natural setting, that is human scale, that is authentic, really is anti-Carmel-by-the-Sea to the very core. So we should encourage new ideas and new expression in architecture, but just as we have all along, those buildings should subordinate to the forest. They should be natural materials. They should be human scale. They should embody the essential characteristics that make our beloved storybook cottages what they are, that make our best, most beloved buildings so cherished, right? So I think that design guidelines and the people creating them are definitely on the right track when they talk about identifying the central underlying characteristics of what makes a true Carmel-by-the-Sea building and not default into this idea that having a particular style is going to save you or damn you when it comes to building a Carmel-by-the-Sea. So I think we're on the right track, and I appreciate everybody's time and effort here. So that's all for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Ian. Okay, do we have any other people that would like to make some comments about the the Heritage Design Guidelines 1.5? Anybody else want to raise their hand? Okay, I don't see anybody. I think everybody got the opportunity to speak. So I'm going to close the public comments, open it up to the commission for their comments.
Mr. Chair, would it be helpful if I just flash up on the screen one more time the questions that I
Yeah,
had?
I think it would. I think it would. Yeah, that'd be very helpful. It's a good suggestion.
I know you've all got memories like steel traps, but it's probably not a bad idea to put it back up since we had some
Did you say
light.
memories like a sieve?
Stand by just 1 second. There we go. So those are the 3 questions I'm looking for this evening. Of course, you can say whatever you like, but this is the feedback staff would like to get, please.
Okay, so I'm gonna just read these questions again real quick. Question number 1, does the strategy paper capture early planning commission feedback and direction? Does strategy paper capture community feedback received by the planning commission? Are there any omissions or inconsistencies in the strategy paper? So those are the questions that staff is asking us, which are specific to the strategy paper which they have created. And but as Brandon said, you can make any other comments you would like to. This is the opportunity. So Commissioner Delves, you want to jump in?
Sure. First, I'll answer the questions, and then I'll just talk a little bit. Basically, the answers are yes, yes, no. So so far, what we've had is a process that has gotten us to the strategy paper. I think the strategy paper is still the beginning, not even the middle or the end of this. And so far, I do think that the strategy paper and the process that's played out does reflect the guidance that the Planning Commission gave at the beginning of all this. I know my thing was that our design guidelines, our job here is to interpret and apply our municipal code and our design guidelines. And that is more art than science. As currently written, both documents are difficult and sometimes very specific and sometimes vague and sometimes contradictory, and sometimes municipal code and the design guidelines don't actually align. So, it's a hard job to do all that. And I think everything I've seen in the strategy paper is about doing a better job of codification, of writing things down and kind of, as Victoria said, giving us better definitions and linking the words in our design guidelines, to the community character, the dignity, a lot of great words that I heard in the last half hour. Question number 2, do they reflect what I've heard in the community? I would say yes, and that includes what I've just heard from a lot of people, that I don't see anything in the strategy paper so far that says, we love modern, we hate modern. I haven't actually seen anything in it that really talks about style at all. So I think the door is still open. And when we start to see updated guidelines, that's when I can judge that question a little bit better. And are there any omissions? No, not that I can see at this point. I too want to thank everybody for your comments. I've been almost 2 years on the Planning Commission, and it's interesting that I don't think in the 2 years I've been here that we've approved a kind of classic modern building in that it's boxy, flat roofed with walls of glass. I understand there are some of those out there, but at least not in the last 2 years do I feel we've approved those. And in fact, on at least 2 occasions, and maybe more, we've just said no, that doesn't fit. And the reason we can do that is we use the guidelines. And I'll also remind us all, because this was a big learning for me, the guidelines encourage diversity. They encourage not repeating patterns of the past, but finding new patterns that are consistent with the historic patterns. And that's hard to learn that lesson, but that is what our design guidelines say. It's also what our code says. And I think that gets to the root of this. Do we want guidelines that encourage the continuing evolution of quality, dignified, great words from some people, their designs, or do we want to just flat out prohibit certain styles? I'm not sure that debate's over, and I'm keeping an open mind on it. Again, at the end of the day, my job as a planning commissioner is to interpret what the code ends up being. So thanks to everybody. I'm still looking forward to this going forward. And to the CPA people, you've done a really good job. You are well organized. You are heard. I hear you every single time. I read everything you send me. I think we all do. It's a pretty professional bunch here. And I do think we try to respect the opinions that everybody gives to us as we make our decisions. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Delps. Commissioner Allen, would you like to make your comments this time?
Sure. I wanted to thank Brandon and his team. I think this whole process has just been amazing. And I love how he's taken the community kind of on this journey through looking at the guidelines and having these discussions. I think they're extremely valuable. In terms of answering the questions, what you have you captured what the Planning Commission has asked for? I do believe you have. And there are a couple things that I wanted to ensure that we also touched upon, because it really isn't reflected in the strategy plan that we're looking at. One is around privacy, and we've had some projects come up around with privacy, with windows being placed in areas where you intrude on neighbors and those types of things. So I thought potentially there was an opportunity there to add something around privacy. The other thing is precedence, and we've had a couple situations come up since I've been on the Planning Commission around precedence and people assuming because other people had something in their build that they automatically assumed that the precedent was set. And so I wanted to call those two areas out, because just in the short time that I've been here, I've seen both of those come before us. And I do want to say that as a child coming to Carmel and visiting with family, and the word has been thrown out a couple times tonight, this idea of magical and the storybook and the fairy tale and the appeal that Carmel has. And so when talking about, are we capturing what the residents want, aside from stipulating to homeowners what they can and cannot do with their house, in their design, I feel like the time that I've been here, we haven't approved tearing down a storybook or a cottage in order to build something modern. Now, is there a situation where at some point we would want to take inventory of the homes or the percentage of homes in Carmel that make up this magical type of feeling and ensure that we maintain that. I don't know. I don't know if that's what we would like to do in the future, but I don't see it eroding, at least since I've lived here. And as people move into the neighborhoods, move into our community, they're not choosing that architecture. Some may in the future, but I haven't seen a storybook one come up since I've been here either. So I love the fact that we're looking at commercial guidelines. I think that would be extremely helpful. I do believe that those need to be more stipulated and written out. I like that we're tying the guidelines to the codes. That's super helpful for me also when going through any of the reviews that we've done. And there's the changes that we're making will definitely make this process a lot easier. And so I think I've covered everything that I wanted to, and I believe I answered your questions. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Allen. Commissioner Locke, your comments, please.
Thank you. I do want to congratulate or say bravo to Commissioner Delves for his comments at the beginning of this that helped to distill what I have to say at this point. So I appreciate that very much. And Commissioner Allen, thank you also for your comments. I would agree that in my mind, I'd go yes, yes, and again, a no sort of. My big concern about all of what's going on, I think I've heard, I agree that that this process has certainly, and this paper actually does respond to what's been said by the community. I think my biggest concern has to do with comments that both Gabriel Sanders, the Deputy Director of Land Watch, as well as one of our letters that we've received today have to do with the housing element. And I just want to reiterate a comment that actually Mike DeLappa sent to Brandon back February 28th of this year, where and I'm just going to read just a little bit of his letter to Brandon, which was that the design guidelines should be coordinated with the update to the Carmel housing element. And this has to be completed by December 2023 to accommodate the sixth cycle of the RHNA, the Regional Housing Needs Analysis or Allowance. Since the housing element is part of the general plan, its provisions take priority over the design guidelines and zoning code. That is, both the design guidelines and the zoning code must conform to the housing element update, which in turn must conform to the city's sixth cycle RHNA and to the state law mandates for housing elements and for affirmatively furthering fair housing, and that's AB 686. He goes on to say, for example, the housing element must include a site inventory that is sufficient to accommodate the 349 units assigned by the sixth cycle RHNA, and if necessary, a program to rezone sufficient sites at sufficient densities to accommodate these units. Given the requirement that the site inventory reflect the, quote, realistic capacity, quote, of the identified parcels, not their maximum capacity, it may be necessary to rezone sites sufficient to accommodate many more than 349 units. The revision of the zoning code should take these expected changes to zoning designations and densities into account. And I think we have to look forward in time. Now is an appropriate time to have the new design guidelines as well as the housing element changes should be working together to meet our housing requirements. And these are not having to be built in the next several years. This is going far out into time. But we have to think forward, and we have to come up with a plan that will accommodate those units. And quite frankly, I think that we've all agreed that the majority of those units will take place in our downtown areas or the fringe. And that may require that we upzone. And so I think that all of this design guidelines right now are well and good, but we need to be looking forward, and perhaps we need to think about how we're going to accommodate third stories if necessary in some of those areas. So that's the one thing that I think is missing in these proposed design guidelines. So that's really my comment. I think other than that, the public has done a fantastic job of participating. And I want you to know I was there at the workshop on October 3rd. Not only that, but I tried to attend the first workshop and I got kicked off by city staff because I didn't realize I wasn't invited. So, yeah, I think this has been fantastic. I think Nori Winters has done a great job. Brandon, your staff has done a wonderful job. And I think that this paper is just fantastic as far as getting started with the process.
Thank you, Commissioner Locke. Yeah, with the questions, I think staff has addressed the concerns of the Planning Commission. I think they are making a good faith effort to bring in all the concerns of the public. It sounds like some of the public don't feel that. What I would like to see, this is an opportunity for discussion and input on this subject. And so if there are members of the public or groups in the public that feel like they haven't been heard, then I encourage them to stay involved. I also encourage them to come up with specific policies which will address their concerns, because that will help us focus the conversation. And when we focus the conversation, I think we're going to get more meaningful solutions to what we're trying to achieve. Also, I think we're going to find also that we have a lot of common ground on this. And we can find the things that we agree upon, find the things we don't agree upon, and then we can find a way to sort of work to a solution that works best to a goal that we have in mind. As a person who sits on a review body and has to use the guidelines in municipal code to review these applications, as Commissioner Dells pointed out, that's what we use to review the applications that come before us. That's what staff uses to make their findings to either support or deny a project or help an applicant during the review process bring the application in compliance with our ordinances and our guidelines. So what I would like to see, and it's in the strategy paper, is that the guidelines become easier to use. And I think the graphics of the guidelines, the cross-referencing to the municipal code, other parts of the guidelines really needs to be updated. I mean, I love the quaint look of the residential guidelines, a sort of hand-drawn black and white look, but you know, we're in a new era now, and really there's a lot more we can do with graphics and make these a lot more usable. We have great examples of what we're trying to keep and protect in our village, all through our village, and so photographs are going to be real key. A lot of cross-referencing and anything we can do to make these documents easier for not only the review bodies, but also the public and the applicants to use is really going to be valuable. One of things, and this is being addressed in there, is that one of the ways that you maintain the character of a particular built environment is by not tearing it down and replacing it. So volumetrics, the way it is currently written, penalizes a lot of older homes, and because of the way it calculates the volumetrics. And so I know staff is aware of this, and I would like, one of the things that I feel needs to be done to protect. Thank you. To protect the character of our village is to make sure that there's nothing that penalizes applicants from remodeling or maintaining their residence, and just have the ability to upgrade it with adding some square footage, so they're not forced into a situation where they have to tear it down to get additional square footage to make their house more functional. Yeah, I think staff has really provided great exercises in these workshops to really get people involved. I know that brings out a lot of ideas, and I think that's what they've really been successful at. And this is a process. We're going to be talking about this again. There's going to be more work on it. We haven't written any specific policies yet, but that doesn't stop any members from the public that are participating in these workshops to write their own policies, bring them to the workshop, and then present them to staff. And that'll get in the strategy papers. and it's going to help focus things and help us all, achieve what we want to do. Is we want to protect the character of our village, and I think also Commissioner Locke's comments about what's happening on the state level with the arena housing requirements, the ADUs, which are now allowed in our residential areas, and also the general attack at the state level on the R1 zoning. These are things which really have really the greatest potential to change the character of this community. And the biggest challenge for us is how are we going to incorporate these state laws into our guidelines so that we are able to maintain the character of our built environment the best way we can. So those are my comments, and I'm just happy to see this process going on. I want to encourage everybody to stay involved. I want to compliment everybody on their passion, their input, and I want to compliment the staff. I think they're doing a really good job. So that's all I have to say. So you want to make any additional comments, Brandon, kind of close it out, or?
No, thank you. As always, you all rose to the challenge. Thank you for your input. Took a lot of good notes. And I know Nori was listening, and our steering committee members that are on were listening. And so we'll move on to the city council in November. So any members of the public that were here tonight, you have until the first meeting in November, which I believe is going to be November 1st, to, list your thoughts and bring them to the city council. So we'd love to see everybody November 1st at the city council for the same type of discussion with them.
Okay, thank you to staff and all the members of the public for their comments. Okay, the next item on the orders of business is the historic context statement update and review of a draft update. Staff report, please.
Hi, I'm Catherine Wallace. I'm an associate planner, and I'll be talking about the historic context statement update. If I may request screen sharing, please. All right, you all should be able to see my screen. Okay, so a little background on the city's Carmel historic context statement. It's a vital tool in the city's historic preservation program used to establish a baseline of information against which the potential historic significance of a property is evaluated. This document was first adopted in Carmel in 1997, and then it was more recently updated in 2008 to cover the period 1940 to 1965. And the context statement needs to be updated as directed by our general plan, coastal land use plan, and the city's municipal code. We're currently going through an update process that will extend the context statement to cover a 20-year period from 1966 to 1986. This effort is funded by a $30,000 grant from the California Office of Historic Preservation. And the update has been authored by Seth Bergstein of Past Consultants and consultant Kent Seavey. Here's a project timeline. So back in April, the City Council authorized the contract with Past Consultants. Later that month, the former Historic Resources Board Chair and Vice Chair, Eric Dyer and Catherine Galtieri, were appointed as subcommittee members. And then in May, the first workshop was held to introduce this project. In June, we brought a topical outline to the public in the HRB. And then in July, the HRB reviewed the working draft. In August, they reviewed and approved a final draft. So throughout this process, the workshops and the HRB meetings were all advertised in the Pine Cone, in the city's Friday letter, and the city's constant contact listserv. And drafts along the way and materials were posted on the city's website. So as we got started with this process, subcommittee meetings and the public workshops, it was identified that there was a broader need to update the whole context statement beyond the 20-year scope of work funded by this grant. So the city is committed to kind of a phase 2 update, which potentially could involve reformatting some of the themes to be chronologically ordered instead of thematic, adding historic and current photographs throughout, adding descriptions and character defining features for all the local architectural styles, and improving the prehistory and Hispanic settlement chapter of the document. However, for the purposes of this grant and the deadlines associated with it, the phase 1 update is limited to this 20-year period. So that's what the HRB has approved, and that's what you are reviewing today. Just as a refresher, I think many of you are familiar with the document, but it's divided into these 5 chapters: prehistory and Hispanic settlement. There were just minor edits made to this chapter, some language stricken, and acknowledge that we'll want to come back to this chapter to significantly improve it. There is an economic development chapter. So this update, again, involved minor edits like spelling and grammar, and then new narrative text about different events in the city's history. The government, civic, and social institution chapter was also updated with discussion of the 1984 general plan, some events as it relates to the use of public property and our mayoral elections. And then the bulk of the work really happened in the architectural development chapter, mainly identifying and describing 7 architectural styles that you'll see in Carmel between 1935 and 1986. And then the last chapter on arts and culture just had some minor edits. So these are the architectural styles that the consultant identified as active in our period. And I want to point out that, yes, this is a 20-year update project, but some of these styles that were present in Carmel during 1966 to 1986 actually started earlier. So that's why you see earlier end dates for some of these. The consultant drafted these style sheets with photographs of local examples, a summary, and a list of character defining features, and then listed some representative buildings. So I'm going to go through these kind of quickly, and we can come back to them if you have questions. But the styles they identified in Carmel were minimal traditional, the California ranch style, Bay Region modern style, post-war modern, Wrightian organic, regional expressionist, and the post-Adobe style. Again, we can come back to discuss any of them as needed. Past consultants also added information about how we determine historic significance and integrity. So both at the National Register, the California Register, and then for our Carmel inventory of historic resources to determine, is a property significant and why? Is it for an event, a person, or an architectural style or construction method? And then if it's significant, does it still have integrity to represent its significance? And so we described the 7 aspects of integrity and how we would go about determining if a property still has integrity. At the end of the lengthy context statement, there's a timeline. So we just updated the timeline. Again, we were trying to just add on this 20-year period in a cohesive manner, working with the existing format of the document. We also added biographies of significant architects who were active in Carmel. And so the HRB gave it their approval on the 15th. We're here before you tonight, and we plan on going to City Council. Initially, we wanted to move on to phase 2 and then just come to you once. But because of consultant schedules, we are not able to get it done as fast as we'd like to, but we still want to use the updated context statement, which is why we're coming to you and City Council, and then we'll come back again when phase 2 is complete. So staff's recommendation tonight is for the Planning Commission to adopt a resolution recommending City Council approval of an update to the City of Carmel-by-the-Sea's historic context statement for the 20-year period, 1966 to 1986. And I'm happy to answer questions about the document and the update. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Catherine. Are there any questions for Catherine regarding the historic update from the commission? Okay, I don't see any for you. Okay. Thank you again, Catherine. Okay. This time I will open it up to the public for any comments or questions they may have. I see Victoria Beach has her hand up. Victoria, you have the floor.
Hi, thanks. This is great that I'm in this meeting because I'm learning something about the 7 styles. And I just wondered, because of the discussion we just had on the other topic, whether, and you don't have to answer it now, it could be later, but where revivalist styles fit into this chronology. I'm sorry, I'm showing my ignorance. I know that, in my, it's like a 1920s phenomenon in my recollection, but it might have spread into different areas. And maybe I missed something when you were first speaking, Catherine, about why you didn't address that. So just throwing that out there, just so we all have or me maybe in particular, a very comprehensive understanding of all the styles. And I know they're in different documents, but I'm just wondering why they're not here.
Yes, so we are definitely aware that the document needs to be updated with all of the styles, and it's just a larger effort than what was initially identified as this 20-year extension effort. So if the style wasn't active or most active in the 60s, 70s, and early 80s, we didn't have time or fee to address it, and that would be part of phase 2. All the styles going back to the beginning. We want to summarize them, have pictures, have the character defining features. And we want to do that. We don't want to be rushed in that process. So.
Okay, thanks for clarifying that for me and for whoever else is listening that's interested in that. Thanks, Catherine.
Thank you, Victoria. Okay. Anyone else would like to make a comments on the presentation by staff? Or have questions?
Hey, Michael, this is Cindy Lloyd again.
Linda, go ahead.
Catherine, that was an excellent presentation, and I look forward to reading the document. I have one very tiny nitpicky correction. George Burkhoffler's name has a W at the end, and it just hit my eye.
Thank you.
Thanks very much.
Okay, thank you for that edit, Cindy. Okay, anybody else have any comments? Any hands going up? Can hear anybody? If you want to speak, unmute. I believe it's *6 if you're calling in. If not, it's down on the left-hand corner of your screen. You can unmute. Okay, I don't see any, so I'm going to close the public comments, open it up to the commission for their comments. Commissioner Locke, would you like to begin?
Sure. Thank you very much, Catherine, for the presentation. Fascinating reading. It's a really terrific history and a document that we all need to have an opportunity to take a look at. I support the resolution and yeah, just really appreciate the effort that's been taken at this point.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Locke. Commissioner Dells?
Yeah, really nothing to add. Catherine, this is great. Excellent, excellent work. I think it's really important. I think as I had the same thought as Victoria, it's like when I see some of the history that calls out styles, architectural styles, it is helpful to understand the evolution that has taken place. So the more of that, the better. I passed through the document quickly so far. I have printed it and kind of intend to devour it soon, actually, because it's very, very interesting. And I think having it will make me a better commissioner. So I appreciate that.
Thank you, Commissioner Dells. Commissioner Allen, your comments?
Yeah, thank you. So I thought that this was very timely. Very much enjoyed reading it, and I agree with everything the other commissioners have said. And yes, I support this resolution. And the one thing that stood out to me that I thought was funny was that since the beginning, we've had these strong debates and people have been so passionate about Carmel and their emotions around being a part of this community. And so the timing was amazing, seeing as how we're walking through the guidelines and then also tackling some bigger projects. So I thought it was thoroughly enjoyable, and to the other commissioners' points, I think that it does make me a better commissioner to actually be able to see the history and know what happened before.
Thank you, Commissioner Al. Yes, this report is really relevant right at this time. Of course, it's really important. And I encourage everybody to read this because this really helps focus in on some of these issues we've been talking about tonight. And I did notice the part about that modern architecture has always been controversial in this community. And you know, and architecture is very controversial many, many times. So this is a conversation which started a long time ago, and we're still having it today. But I think for people that are really involved in the community and want to be involved in the design guideline traditions, this is a great document to read. And I really appreciate the work the staff has done. So we have a resolution to approve the draft that's been presented us tonight. And I'm just going to go ahead and make a motion that we accept the resolution as presented by staff.
I'll second that.
Okay, motion's been made to accept the resolution as presented by staff, made and seconded. Is there any further discussion on this topic? Okay, hearing none, can we have a roll call, please?
Commissioner Allen?
Yes.
Commissioner Delves?
Yes.
Commissioner Locke?
Yes.
Chair LePage?
Yes. The motion to accept the historic context statement is passed. Okay, that concludes the first part of our evening. You want to continue the public hearings? Anybody want to have a break, or you want to dive into it? This is your chance, or forever hold your peace. Although we have a pretty long agenda tonight. I'm probably going to call for a recess when we get closer to 7 o'clock if you don't want to have one now. So you're good with that?
Yep.
Okay. All right. So next item are our public hearings. The first item has been continued. It is a design study 21-432. It's the Lee Howe project. It's consideration of a track 1 major design study referral for change to exterior materials from cedar shingle siding to painted stucco on a single-story house located on Casanova Street 4, southwest of 13th Avenue in the R1 district. So we have to open this up to the public. Does the public have any comments about this continuation? Okay, seeing none, I'm going to make a motion that we continue this to a date uncertain.
I second.
Okay, assuming there's no further discussion, we have roll call, please.
Commissioner Allen?
Yes.
Commissioner Delves?
Yes.
Commissioner Locke?
Yes.
Chair LePage?
Yes, motion is carried. Okay, the next item on the public hearings tonight is a design review. It's 20-350. This is Eureka Plaza. It's consideration of a preliminary concept review of the Eureka Plaza for the construction of an approximately 22,900 square foot, 2-story mixed-use building with 12 apartment units and approximately 9,000 square feet of commercial space and approximately 15,000 square foot basement containing 27 ground floor parking spaces located in the SC Service Commercial District on the corner of 5th Avenue and Dolores. Have staff report, please.
All right. Thank you, Chair. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, we can see your screen and we can hear you, Evan. Go ahead.
Perfect. Thank you. I'm using a bit of a different setup today, so I just want to make sure you can see everything. All right. So the subject property is located at the southwest corner of 5th and Dolores, located in the Service Commercial Zoning District. The site is currently partially developed from 2 previously approved projects, collectively known as the Del Dono projects. There were 2 mixed-use buildings on a merged building site. Constructed was halted in 2019 and ownership of the property was later transferred. The Planning Commission has previously heard 2 preliminary reviews on the initial design for this proposed project. The first in April of 2021, the second in March 2022. For both versions of those previous projects, the Planning Commission as well as the public were not generally supportive of the proposed designs. Before I get too far into the new design, I just wanted to hop back in time a bit and refresh everyone's memory on what previously existed before excavation and construction started. So on 5th Avenue, the previous building was a 2-story commercial building with 1 below grade level of commercial businesses. So I'm not sure if my mouse is showing or not. But down below the staircase. Okay, perfect. Yeah. Down below the staircase is commercial space as well. And interestingly enough, from this other photo I was able to find, you can see the story poles for the Del Dono project. So I thought that was interesting and wanted to share that as well. So again, this is from 5th Avenue. And then from Dolores Street, we have the perspective of the 2 buildings. So this is the corner of Dolores and 5th. And then further down, this is also part of the subject site. So we had this 2-story building and then this 1-story building as well. So the purpose of the preliminary review is to provide just feedback on the design to the applicant. Staff is continuing to work with the applicant to refine the project plans. That staff has provided a cursory review of the project in order to provide general analysis and address potential issues. However, the items discussed are not intended to provide a comprehensive list of outstanding items or corrections, or to be used to determine consistency with adopted codes or design guidelines, but rather as a discussion topics to guide the discussion of the commission. Excuse me. So the municipal code does state that the proposed projects do not need to strictly comply with every design guideline to be approved, but deviation should be minor and reasonably relate to good design principles and site conditions. And the code also does encourage that this type of review does happen, this type of preliminary review, in order to avoid costly redesigns for when we do go to a formal hearing. So again, this type of preliminary review is encouraged. It is part of the process. So as stated, the project is located in the Service Commercial Zoning District. The purpose of this district is to provide an appropriate location for services, offices, and residential and limited retail activities that primarily serve local needs. The development is proposed to be a mixed-use building with 12 apartment units. No condominium units are proposed. All 12 units will be long-term rentals. No short-term rentals are proposed. 2 of the units are on the ground floor. Those are right here, with the remaining 10 units on the second floor. 9,000 square feet of commercial floor area is proposed. The exact number or orientation of those commercial units has not been identified, but we do know that 9,000 square feet of commercial floor area has been proposed. And then those land uses have not been identified either. However, the allowable land uses are outlined in the municipal code for what potentially could be located in this building. And then also 27 parking spaces are proposed for the low grade parking garage. So with the 12 residential apartment units on a 16,000 square foot site, that works out to a residential density of 33 dwelling units per acre. At that density, a conditional use permit is required. However, no affordable housing is required at that density. As I mentioned, all 12 apartment units will be long-term rentals, with none being used as short-term rentals. And the units will range in size, with 3 of the units being one-bedroom apartments that are around 650 square feet or less, with the largest unit being a 2-bedroom, 1,860 square foot 2-bedroom unit. And this is just a table of the breakdown of the square footages of the residential apartment units compared to the prior Delgado project, and then the 2 other preliminary projects that you've seen before. So for this site, the base floor area in the service commercial is 135% of the site area. They are also allowed a 10% floor area bonus for providing a interblock walkway and courtyard. That brings them to a maximum floor area allowed of 145% or 23,200 square feet. What's being proposed is 143.5% or 22,964 square feet. So they are below the maximum allowable floor area. And then you can see the breakdown of the square footages on the table below. The below grade parking is excluded from floor area. So one of the items discussed at the previous hearing was separating the buildings. The previous version of the plans had the buildings connected. The municipal code does require that no single structure containing more than 10,000 square feet of floor shall contain more than 10,000 square feet of floor area. Inaccessibility between adjacent structures on one or more building sites by any means that allows passage between structures without first exiting to an area of open space shall not be allowed if the resulting area contained within the combined structures would exceed 10,000 square feet of area. So in simple terms, that means that each individual building cannot be more than 10,000 square feet. So as you can see, the applicant has broken up the buildings so that no more than, there are 4 buildings, each individual building is no more than 10,000 square feet. You can see here, the second, on this figure on the right, the larger one, the second floor plan has been overlaid with the site plan. We do have a second story egress balcony. This pink dashed line is the interblock walkway circulation. We do have a slight overlap for the second floor of building number 4, which is this building here, overlaps with the ground floor of this building here. So there is a connection between these buildings right here. And then the egress balcony does provide a connection between the buildings as well. So the commission should consider if the intent of this provision is being met, because a person could, for example, exit building number 4 down here and enter into an area of open space before entering into building number 3. Same thing, exit building number 4, enter into an area of open space under the egress balcony into this public courtyard before entering building number 2 back over here. However, there is a potential issue if they are in one of these doors and go straight across. They would be underneath the egress balcony. So, you know, in staff's opinion, they are entering into a, excuse me, trying to find my note. They are entering into a walkway, which could be defined as an area of open space. However, it is not necessarily free of structures, which the egress balcony is. So that is a bit of an ambiguity that staff is asking for the Planning Commission's interpretation or direction on. So again, as it was stated in the staff report, a open space area is defined as an open area that is free of structures and visually accessible from public ways or walkways. And again, you must enter into an open space area before passing between buildings. So it might be a exercise in just rearranging how the doors are oriented. However, again, staff is asking the Planning Commission to consider if the intent is being met as proposed, or if the doors to the tenant spaces just need to be rearranged. So any entering and exiting, you are entering into an open space first and not crossing into a covered area. So in respect to the building coverage, the maximum allowed coverage for the site is 90% of the site area. That's 14,400 square feet. What's being proposed is 12,221 square feet, or 76%. So they are well under the max allowed site coverage for the building site. For the interblock walkway, an interblock walkway is being proposed, which is what has afforded them the floor area bonus. So there is a walkway from this is the Lincoln Lane development. This is where the Pocket Restaurant is, right here. So the walkway goes through the Lincoln Lane site and connects through the back. This was required when the site was redeveloped. This connection was required to be maintained in anticipation of the site being redeveloped. It connects through the back of this site and connects back through with the connection to Dolores Street and Fifth Avenue. There are two private courtyard or private spaces for these ground floor apartments. So the person would have to pass through these areas here. There's a small setback here, but again, circulation would be cut off due to these private courtyards. So this would be the only access through the site. And then just for reference, this was an aerial shot of the site prior to construction. So this was that corner building, the two-story corner building. You did have some circulation from Fifth Avenue to Dolores. And then this was the circulation from, this is the Lincoln Lane site back here. And then this little gap here was that interblock walkway that connected through the parking lot. And then underneath this, the driveway out onto Dolores Street. So the municipal code states that the maximum allowable building height shall be determined primarily by the design context established by prevailing heights of nearby structures facing the same street or intersection and within the same pedestrian field of view. In the CC and SC districts, the main building and roof form of all structures shall be limited to a maximum of 30 feet. So for this hearing, the applicant elected not to install story poles, and it was not required by the story pole policy. So staff was unable to provide an analysis regarding the story poles and the height in massing compared to the allowable heights established by the context of the street. So any analysis was provided purely by the plans. On this slide, I do ask that you pay close attention to the architectural styles as well. There are 4 styles represented in the plans. The first being this building, number 4, Contemporary Prairie. And then building number 3 is Spanish Colonial Revival. So all the buildings are proposed to be at the maximum 30-foot height limit. The 30-foot height limit is only reached at the mezzanine level, with the proper, I guess, second floor being less than the 30-foot height limit. I believe that this ridge height right here is about 24 feet, which is about the height of the maximum height of a 2-story building in the residential district, the single-family residential district. And then for reference, you can see that the mezzanine level is set back quite a bit from the front property line. So it looks like it's in line here on this elevation. The mezzanine is actually set back quite a bit from the property line, which is this line right here. Same with this mezzanine. Again, this is the property line. It's set back quite a bit. And then, I'm sorry, so this was the view from Dolores Street. And then this was the view from 5th Avenue. So again, this is building number 3, Spanish Colonial Revival. Building number 2 has been described as Bay Area Shingle. Looking at the roof plan in comparison to the elevations, you can see the mezzanine level is set back quite a bit from the property line. This area right in here where my cursor is, this is the mezzanine that is closest to the street. That's right in this area. And then as we go around, this would be the view from the Carmel Foundation building. So again, building number 2 is described as Bay Area Shingle. Building number 1, which is in the back corner of the site, it does not have a street frontage, is described as Bow House. So again, we have the mezzanine level at the 30-foot height limit for both buildings, with the remaining portion of the building stepped down much lower, with the mezzanines on both buildings stepped in from the property lines. And then this would be the view from the Carmel Foundation. So again, building number 1 is described as Bow House. And then back to building number 4, which is the building on the left as you're facing Dolores. So again, both of the buildings at the 30-foot height limit, with the remainder of the building stepped down below the 30-foot height limit for the primary building form. So in considering the building finishes, when we're looking at development of a parcel larger than 12,000 square feet, the land area must be broken up into 2 or more distinctly different developments to avoid the appearance of a single large project and to maintain the small scale and village character of the city. In the current proposal, there are 4 different buildings cited on the building site with 4 different styles of architectural finishes. The commission should consider whether the intent of this provision is being met by this proposal, or if the requirements could better be achieved or better balanced by reducing the number of building finishes to only have 2 or 3 building styles, as opposed to 4 styles spread across the 4 different buildings. While reducing the number of building styles or finishes may make the development appear larger, the site may also appear less busy and more cohesive if split between 2 or 3 different styles. So in regard to the mezzanines, at the March 9th hearing, a commissioner inquired about the history of the inclusion of the mezzanine level and stated it essentially adds a second level to the second level, which some might interpret as a third level. A similar mezzanine level was approved as part of the Del Dono project, with staff at the time asking the commission to make a determination on the appropriateness of the inclusion of the feature. The general plan and the zoning code do make reference to that building should have no more than 2 stories above grade. And before I get into all this text, I just want to explain this this graphic. So this, of course, is the ground floor. This yellow area here is the 2nd floor, and then this red area would be the floor area dedicated to the mezzanine. This blue area was the stairway, and then this green area is the open volume to below. So there wasn't a section, but I thought it'd be helpful to further illustrate this. In reality, the floor area of the 2nd level actually drops down a couple more feet to about right here. But I just wanted to illustrate how the mezzanine was organized internally in the absence of a building section. So if you were to split this open, this volume is open, this is where the staircase would be, and then this is the walking space or floor level, and then this is what it would look like if you're looking down on it from above. So while it would be inconsistent with past planning commission approvals to not allow or disapprove of the inclusion of a mezzanine level, the code interpretation regarding the inclusion of mezzanines has not been adopted as a formal policy, and it's only been permitted on a project-specific basis. So in other words, the commission has discretion over this matter. So the commission has authority to decide that the mezzanine level should be defined as a story for the purpose of design review, which would not be permitted by the zoning code. As the zoning code does not allow for more than 2 stories above grade, or the planning commission also has the authority to decide that this floor level should be considered part of the 2nd floor as allowed by the building code, provided that the mezzanine adheres to all applicable building code and design review requirements and applicable commercial design guidelines. And with that, that concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Evan, I have a question about the mezzanines.
Sure.
And, you know, I apologize if I'm just not reading these plans right, but the plans were a little confusing. So are the mezzanines basically housing the stairways to what? To a roof deck? And what's the purpose of the mezzanines?
So the mezzanines, I can pull up the plans really quickly.
I think that they're bedrooms and bathrooms on the upstairs level.
Yes, correct. They all have a bedroom, a bathroom, and then also a small private outdoor area on the yeah.
In the mezzanine?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Yes, correct.
So doesn't that constitute a floor?
I think that's a decision we have to make.
Well,
I have a question on that one, Michael.
Yeah, go ahead.
So Evan, my question is, your slide made mention to past decisions of the Planning Commission. And I am curious, what other projects are you aware of where the Planning Commission approved a mezzanine on a 2nd floor?
I am not aware of any other project other than the Del Dono projects.
Which was not constructed and therefore does not exist.
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay,
I'd like to expand on my answer. Just because I'm not aware of it doesn't mean they don't exist. But I am not aware of an approval.
Okay, thanks, Evan. Are there any other questions for Evan from the other commissioners? Okay, I just had one question. It's more of just a clarification. It's just refers to, highlighted it here, just a minute, I'll get to it. So maximum building site area. It states that maximum building site in the SE district is 12,000 square feet. And it requires that the land be broken into two or more distinctly different developments. So that staff feels that that condition has been met by the separation of the buildings.
That would be the breaking it into multiple architectural styles. So there's multiple things at play. There's one, that no single building can be more than 10,000 square feet. So that's what's been achieved by breaking it into the 4 separate buildings. And then there's also the issue that when you have a building site larger than 12,000 square feet, that you have to have 2 or more distinctly different developments. So that's where the separate architectural styles comes into play.
Okay. All right. I just wanted to get that clarified. Thank you.
Hey, Michael, I think maybe this is the time for me to do it. I'm just going to make some statements that I think I'm hearing from staff that I think may be important later. The first one is the max building site area, that if it's more than 12,000, and this one is 16,000, if the code says the land area must be broken up, etc. And it's what I'm hearing is that staff's opinion is that has been accomplished. And then 17.14140 is the no single structure more than 10,000 square feet. What I'm hearing again from staff is an opinion that there is an open space requirement or test that to really be a quote structure, an independent structure or building, you essentially have to leave a structure and go into open space before you go into another one. And that the definitions of open space say that it is, quote, an open space free of structures and open to the sky. And I think Evan introduced to us that there are instances here where you can go between, for example, building 2 and 3, and you are not open to the sky. And then I think, but staff is suggesting that is open space. Similarly, and the biggest thing is the common egress balcony that connects all 4 of these units is being defined as open space. So that's what I'm hearing from staff. And then finally, I'm hearing from staff that on the floor area ratio, that the applicant is entitled to the 10% density, or sorry, the 10% bonus because of interblock walkways and the courtyard. This is a question maybe for Brandon. Is part of our role here to decide on the worthiness of the courtyard and the interblock walkway to conclude if that density is really deserved?
It's a good question. I think you have to look, like we talked about earlier in some of our earlier items, you have to look at what the code says, and the code says you get a density bonus for having an interblock walkway. And then you look at the definition of an interblock walkway, and they're talked about in our general plan, they're talked about in our zoning code and our design guidelines. So then you, as a discretionary decision maker, that bonus is not, it's not black and white. It's not like if you make something 10 feet tall, you get a bonus. So you do have to make a bit of a judgment call if the interblock walkway that's being proposed rises to our definition amongst those various sections of our code of being an interblock walkway. And in your words, is it worthy of that bonus? Does it rise to that? If you think it's an interblock walkway by definition, then it gets the bonus. But I think that's what you have to determine is it an interblock walkway based on our definitions?
And based on what I've read, that there's not a lot of definition to it other than interblock walkway has to be 10 feet wide and a courtyard has to be minimum 20 feet wide and minimum 400 square feet.
Right.
That's about all the guidance we're given. Okay.
Oh, and Commissioner Delves, I wanted to add one more thing in there. So the height So basically, what I'm hearing, Evan, is that the height is below or at what we would expect a two-story to be, even with the mezzanine level, correct?
As represented in the plans, they could do a two-story, they could omit the mezzanine altogether and just do a two-story building that is 30 feet tall.
Okay.
However, the heights are established by the context of the street, but the hard cap on the height is 30 feet.
Commissioner Locke, go ahead.
Yeah, following up on that comment, obviously in this case, what you just said was that the height, and this is Carmel Municipal Code 17.14.150, the prevailing heights of nearby structures facing the same street or intersection and within the same pedestrian field of view has something to do with the maximum height. But in this case, there are no other two-story buildings on that entire block. So how would the maximum 30-foot height basically just be allowed as, I mean, would that be kind of a given, or do you look at that code and how does that fit into what the maximum height of the proposal can be?
Well, there is a two-story building on the same street on Fifth. And there was a two-story building that once stood on the corner. So I think that does need to be considered. There isn't one currently because the site's being developed. You know, in terms of how it steps and slopes towards the Art Association building, you know, I think that's a conversation for the Planning Commission to have, perhaps.
Okay, do we have any more questions for staff? Okay, thank you, Evan. All right. Henry, are you doing the presentation for, I assume you are?
I believe Chris Mitchell was going to give a quick introduction, and then I'll take it from there.
How do you want to organize your time? How much time do you need?
I probably need about 10 minutes, and I think probably Chris just needs 1 or 2 minutes. Probably about 2.
Okay, and you're going to start, Chris?
If that's all right.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair LePage and the Planning Commissioners. Big thanks to Brandon, Evan, and the wider team for all the help preparing this third presentation. Evan, your presentation there was very informative and quite frankly excellent, so thank you very much. Along with our local architects, WRD, Dr. Henry, who will provide a more full presentation shortly, and having listened to feedback from both the Planning Commission and the local community, we're hopeful that this latest design will be well received. We're comfortable that this design meets the intent of the general plan, the commercial design guidelines and the municipal code. Henry will go into more detail shortly, so I'll just highlight a few little things. We have a varied design with 4 separate structures resulting in a quaint Carmel-like boutique-style shopping experience. It's our hope that once completed, someone visiting Carmel for the first time will believe these buildings, whilst providing modern amenities, including fire safety, water efficiency, underground parking, strong energy efficiency credentials, including solar panels, that this person would believe that the buildings have always belonged to Carmel, not mimicking the architectural styles of the past, rather complementing them. We've reduced the masking size of the buildings fairly substantially from the last 2 incarnations and the original Del Donner design. We're also below the required 10,000 square footage, which was just discussed, and below the height allowance of 30 feet across the whole site. We will provide 12 new apartments. Evan touched on this in his presentation, but they will not be for short-term rental. They will not be for sale. They'll only be for long-term rental. Again, whilst we're not formally providing affordable housing and not required to do so, we are providing several smaller apartments which are affordable by design, 5 of which are smaller one-bedroom apartments. By our projections, these will actually be more affordable on a dollars per square foot basis than much of the affordable housing which is currently available. Retail, as Evan touched on, we're no longer laying out a defined format for the retail units, and instead we'll split these based on occupier demand, hence providing us the flexibility to adapt to the sizes that commercial occupiers require. Parking, it's well known that's a problem in Carmel in relation to parking, so we're happy to be providing 27 new underground parking spaces, which will include electric charging points. We now have varied courtyards with landscaping and planting throughout and incorporate meandering cut-throughs or interblock walkway, as is typical throughout Carmel. We now connect the front elevation in Dolores, as well as the side elevation on 5th, with Lincoln Avenue, so that's the interblock walkway, and we also have a walkway through to the Art Association to the south. Just to deal with one comment I read earlier, there was a question about whether there'll be public seating. Of course there'll be public seating. We just haven't drawn it in the plans as yet, so the public can enjoy this new and idyllic setting. That's all I'd say. Thank you very much for your time. I hope you enjoy the presentation. Both myself and Ryan, who's our newly appointed Development Director in Carmel, are available for any questions you might have just now, as well as after the meeting and ahead of any future meetings. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chris. Okay, Mr. Runke, you are.
Okay. Well, let's hope three's a charm. My name is Henry Runke. I'm with Wald Runke and Dost Architects, and the project I'm presenting to you tonight is a Wald Runke and Dost Architects design. This is one that we work with Esperanza Carmel on, but it's something that they gave us the latitude to be able to do what we felt was good for the property, good for the community, met the guidelines, and will really improve this location within the city. So just wanted to, again, thank everybody. Thanks for your patience. I know we were going to be on an August 10th agenda. Staff had a couple concerns that came up in the staff report. We wanted to come in with as clean of a project as we could as far as responding to any of staff's concerns. And the reason why we moved our hearing was to go in and try to address some of the staff concerns before we came to the Planning Commission in this step. We also have requested that this be a preliminary hearing. And if you notice, we're not showing the color renderings and the CGIs and a lot of those types of things. I kind of felt that the other presentations were getting ahead of themselves, so to speak. You know, we don't need to be showing you what the rain gutters look like and the leader heads and those types of things if we're not meeting the mark relative to siding, massing, and all of those other considerations that we look at. So what we wanted to do was to respond, and we did. And what we're doing, we're going to redesign the whole project, which we did. We're taking into consideration the Planning Commission comments, staff's concerns, community considerations. And so that's what we're going to present to you tonight. It addresses all three of those items. And so what we're really hoping to do is to work with the Planning Commission to focus on siding, the massing, make sure we got that right, and then just kind of the general design. And then we can bring back more detail at hopefully what would be a final public hearing. One of the things to keep in mind is that we do meet all of the development standards. We're not asking for any variances. We're not going above the height. fact, we're lower than the height requirement in most of the areas over the project. Our floor area ratio is less than prior projects. Our lot coverage is significantly less at 76%. I think the Deldano was at 95. We're not asking for any variances on setbacks. And so as far as development standards go, I believe that we conform. The staff also talks about the 10,000 square foot requirement, has been mentioned. All of the buildings are less than that. And I look at this site as not a 23,000 foot development. I look at it as 4 buildings that are roughly, 6,000 feet each, which I think is more in tune with the vernacular and the building size that you would see in Carmel. We also took into consideration the comments at the last Planning Commission meeting relative to, like, we had a big courtyard that was fronting Dolores. We like the idea of breaking the rhythm of the street at Dolores with a little bit of a recess. But the opinion was it was too much. We wanted a walkway where you would kind of meander through, you would discover fountain back there and some other design features, but it would connect not only to the interblock walkway going through Lincoln, it would also connect over onto Fifth. I thought it was kind of curious. Staff did show an image that I hadn't seen right at the beginning where there was the existing buildings and you can see the story pole staking. One thing to keep in mind is that that was for the Deldano project. And at that time, the story pole staking you can see is basically a monolithic 30 feet right up against the property line. Our project is set way back. The areas that are at 30 feet are minimal and they're anywhere from 15 to 20 something feet beyond the property line. The other thing on the Deldano project, it was actually done in 2 phases. So when you look at the photos, you see the staking, it only is staking half the property. The other half was added at a later time under a separate approval. And that's how I think it went a little smoother for them because they were really taking 2 bites. And we're trying to do one development on really what, in my opinion, would be more like 4 different lots. And that's why we're proposing 4 different buildings. The last direction that we had from the Planning Commission was we'd like to see this at least 3 buildings. Again, we came back with 4. At the last Planning Commission meeting, staff had shown an aerial and said, hey, Planning Commission, how do you really accept broken up buildings? And there was a aerial that showed the roof plan. The roof plan was broken between the structures, but there was a walkway at the second level that was connecting all of the building components. So we've done a little bit of that. And so we believe that we were conforming because that was the direction that the Planning Commission responded positively to. The other thing that we have done is there was talk about, the mezzanines at the last meeting and meetings prior. We had 7, and we reduced that down to 5, and they're very small. And they are centrally located, and they're located in areas so that we can create a visual opening between the structures. So not only do you only have a single story or a 2-story appearance along Dolores and Fifth, the areas that are where we have the mezzanines are set so far back, you're not going to see them. And we've separated them in such a way that our neighbor, hopefully, will have a view corridor through the center of our property. So that's what we were trying to achieve with that revised design. Again, it went from 7 mezzanine structures down to 5. We also moved 2 of the apartments to the first floor. Prior designs had no apartments on the ground floor level. And as Chris mentioned, we do have several of the apartments which are 1-bedroom. There's actually 4 of them that are actually under 700 square feet. So those are very affordable units. It's kind of coincidental that we were talking about providing housing, because I think this is a project that would really help to support the city's goal for housing. We wanted it to look like multiple buildings. Our concept on the property is for it to be part of the fabric of Carmel. We are not trying to mimic or duplicate or copy buildings verbatim within the community. We spent a lot of time looking around. There were some really interesting buildings in our community. You know, we've got some, we called one a contemporary prairie. It has kind of the flavor of the Anton and Michelle building, the boy-girl building. We have the one building on 5th that has what we're looking at as a Bay Area shingle style. We did a building very similar that just opened that has the Cafe Noir restaurant right across from the post office, very similar style. We are also doing a Spanish revival on the corner. It's a bit of an interpretation. And then in the back of the project, we have one which we call Bauhaus, which is more of a contemporary design. So we have a mix of, I think it's overdone. It's a very large lot, even with the mix. The buildings are around 6,000. We are not going above the 30 feet. So when we look at bulk and mass and those types of things, we've done everything we can to be able to minimize that. There was a comment at the last meeting, can you bring in a single story element next to the Carmel Art Association? We have. So this design actually starts out with a 5-foot gap between our building and the Carmel Art Association wall. We then go single story for a certain distance, and then we go to a 2-story at that point. So the stepping, the views, the scale, I think is very appropriate at this point. We're not getting into public roof decks like we've had on prior proposals. We're doing some private balconies and such. And let's see. So, you know, really what we're trying to do is, I would say that even though this is our 3rd meeting with the Planning Commission, I think it's a big improvement from what was originally done. I think it's improvement over what was done the second time. I think we feel the project has been improved. When you look at what was approved in the past, you know, it's significantly less in mass. It conforms perfectly to what the development standards are for the city. And what we'd like to do is to get the approval, or at least guidance, from the Planning Commission to be able to come back, take what we've developed, and to be able to provide the next level of detail, the materials, the colors, the finishes, the eave details, the window details, those types of things. And of course, we don't want to get ahead of ourselves. If there are some concerns or considerations we need to take another look at, we would like to do that. But I think that we've really gone the extra mile on this. I think this is a good project. I think this is something that really fits in. And when you really look at the scale and the way that we've stepped the 1-story to a 2-story, and then taken any of the mezzanine massing and putting it way into the back, the way that we've created meandering walkways, the way that we've created a very small, intimate courtyard, the different types of design styles, the size of the structures, all of that is really where the Planning Commission has guided us. But I think that's where we really wanted to go from the beginning. So with that, I would be happy to answer any questions. And again, we would appreciate your support of this redesign tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Mr. Runke? Okay, I don't see any questions from the commissioners. All right, thank you, Henry. Okay, I'll open it up to the public for their comments. like to make a comment, raise your hand, chime in. Frank Perry, would you like to make your comment?
Yeah, I just have a brief question. You know, many of us have driven by that intersection for several years and seeing all the demoing and excavation work and what have you. I guess I'm asking the contractor or the architects, the work that's already been done, are you going to be able to utilize that work, or are you going to have to retrofit it or redemo it, or does any of that, can that be used?
Do you want me to answer that question?
Yeah, go ahead.
I can. Okay, yeah, we're using much of it, but not all of it. The ramp, the walls that are there, some of the columns we'll be using, but some of the columns are going to have to relocate. So we're hoping that we're going to be able to utilize maybe 80% of what's currently constructed.
Great, thank you.
Okay. Anybody else here?
If you
did, let's see, Jeffrey.
Raise your hand. Oh, there it is, Jeffrey.
Hello?
Yeah, Jeffrey Beacom.
Yes. I'm with the Carmel Art Association. I want to congratulate the architect on having stepped the building down against our one-story building. And I really appreciate the changes in design. I want to congratulate both the architect and the commissioners on this process, because each step of the way, the project has gotten significantly better. And so I thank you very much. Now, the one thing that I still need to do is to be able to convince my 87 active members of the Art Association that this is a good idea. So I'd love to be able to see an elevation which shows not only the new building, but our building along Dolores Street. I didn't see it, and that would be really helpful. I know that you said that it's not necessary that they do netting. That would be another way to get there, but I'm sure that the simplest way is to just show us an elevation so we can really see what the heights are. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeffrey. Carol, did you want to make some comments? You have your hand up there. Go ahead.
I did. Thank you, Michael. I just wanted to say it seems like both the Planning Commission and the Ulrika people have gone to great lengths to try and make this a lot better. And I think that's really hopefully coming to the point where we can do something about this and move it on. The only concern I have is, of course, the southern portion of Dolores, where I believe the residents were really, the vast majority of the residents had expressed a like for the Tudor style that is now contemporary prairie. So I'd just like to put in a vote for our residents in regard to that. Otherwise, gee, I hope we can get the, I'm sure you all will be very glad when this comes to an end and we can actually start building. Thank you.
Thank you, Carol. Neil, did you want to make a comment? Yes. Oh, there he is. Yeah. Okay, go ahead, Neil. Need to unmute.
Sorry, didn't turn on the sound. I'm hoping that I don't, after I talk today, Michael, I don't want to upset the commission any more than they already have been, but I was just sort of thinking, like, if we could work with the architects and with this design and say, you know what, we like this, this, and this. Let's hold that. Let's start from there. But we don't like that. In other words, instead of throwing the whole thing out, we say, hey, we've made some ground here with massing and with responding to the commission's comments about, you know, access and walkways and height and so on and so forth. And we've gone in a good direction. Let's say now we've got something to work with here that we can start building on, as opposed to going back to zero. And the only other thing I was curious, I heard that on sites of this size, it's not advisable to have one building that covers the whole property. I'm curious, how did Del Dono get approved? And didn't Del Dono have second-story mezzanines? I think Stephanie just pointed that out. I guess that's not an issue, though, right now. Thank you. That's all.
Thank you, Neil. Do we have other members of the public that'd like to make some comments?
Cindy Lloyd?
I would. Can anybody hear me?
We have two. Who's speaking?
This is Frank Laurie.
All right, Frank, go ahead.
Hello?
And then I'll.
Yeah, my name's
Frank, go ahead, and then next I'll take Cindy Lloyd.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, my name's Frank Laurie. I'm retired from architectural design. We've lived here in Carmel my wife and I for 20 years almost, one more year to go. And of all things, neighbor and friend, Eric Dyer, and he did the first Del Dono, and that went to new owners after that, and at the Esperanza group, Esperanza Carmel. And I've met with them and got the current drawings this morning of the submitted here today. And I want to voice my support. I think a lot of hard work and diligence has gone on by the Planning Commission and the Esperanza group. And like a previous comment, I'm sorry, I forgot the woman's name, said, and other people have said this, let's look at this, that we have something now to work with, to take it to the next level and not go back to zero. I mean, the owners have spent a lot of time with different architectural submissions, this being their third. And I'm hoping that this preliminary concept review will get approval by the Planning Commission, and then the next steps could be gone for the vote for the formal design review. And again, Frank Laurie, wishing well to all, and thanks for all the good correspondence I've been listening to.
Thank you, Frank. Okay, Cindy, go ahead.
Hi, this is Cindy Lloyd. Thanks, Mike, and members of the commission. I'm very pleased to see that instead of one massive building, they've been broken up into four. I generally like the concept of most of it, except the one element of the Bauhaus, very modern, boxy building. And I think that's probably my only comment. If that could be softened a bit, and I don't know how, I'm not an architect or a planner or a designer. I'm just a native Carmelite who's been around for a long time. And, but I do congratulate the Esperanza group and the architect on their innovative design, and hopefully give us all something to work for. Thank you.
Thank you, Cindy. Okay, David O'Neill, you have your hand up. Go ahead. You need to unmute. There you go.
Yeah, thank you. I think it's really beautiful, and obviously a lot of work, and there's a lot of attention and paying attention to a lot of different people's interests, and having several different styles of pieces, a lot more people, which I think is great. The only thing is, I think that the prairie style one is a little too massive, and the style is, it's a little kind of stark. Although I like it in some ways, but I don't really like it for Carmel. I'd like to see something more traditional. But that's just what I have to say, and what my neighbors and I have all talked about and agree on.
Thank you, David. Okay, who else? Anybody have their hand up? Anybody want to speak out? Victoria Beach, go ahead.
Okay, I'm doing the unmute thing again. Okay, first of all, I'm just going to preview. I'm going to compliment the project, and then I'm going to say some areas to chew on, and then I'm going to compliment it again. I think it's moving in the right direction, and I really do applaud the local architect for, getting much more of a feel of the scale here that we operate in. I think something to chew on for the commission and perhaps the architect is that the open space, the question of the 10,000 and what's qualifying as getting into open space and not, is very key here, I think, just because partly of precedence. This is very rare that we have such a large building here to deal with, our large complex to deal with. Somebody said earlier in a clarification of the staff description, that it has to do with open sky. I didn't catch that, but that might be a factor. Also, I thought I heard the staff say it relates to whether the space is publicly accessible. And so the idea that this would be a public second story outdoor space seems to me might be critical for making sure that these buildings are truly separate buildings and not just some private, or let's say private seeming even, so that you don't feel welcome there as the public. up on that upper level. So maybe that requires some kind of upper level public facility or something. So that's one thing, the 10,000 question. Another idea that was raised already, questions from the commission, had to do with what qualifies as a decent or acceptable or a bonus creating interblock walkway. And I would just direct the commissioners and the architect to not the design guidelines, but the municipal code 17.14.170, which is very, it's not as, strong perhaps as we would like, but it does talk about you cannot destroy or replace an existing one, which was already destroyed and replaced. And there's been a lot of craziness with this, all the restarts. So I get that. But you can't do that unless it improves public access interblock way. So this project has a higher standard for interblock connectivity than whatever was there before. That's just the law. And some examples they give is sort of allowing for creation of new or better links with courtyards or walkways nearby. To my count, there are 3 courtyards and walkways that would be accessible from the rear of the lot. I'm calling the rear the kind of parallel to the long direction of the block. There's, of course, the access that includes the corner access to the pocket. Then there's, of course, the access to the Carmel Art Association. I was just apprised of this the other day, and I didn't know it, but I wanted to record for everyone what was offered by the prior project. And I'm not standing up for the prior project. I didn't know it very well. But what was offered in terms of the Carmel Art Association was an ADA accessible route to the courtyard, which now requires a pretty ugly elevator that requires maintenance and may at some point not work anymore. What you really want is for this, and I believe the former project had that, is this to feel like an access point to the Carmel Art Association courtyard and an introduction to the arts. There's senior housing behind on the next block over. You can imagine people walking through there and going to the Carmel Art Association with walkers, with wheelchairs. That's what the prior project, that would be the sort of spirit of improving interblock connections that would make, in my view, it, and you can look again at the code. And then there's a provision in the design guidelines that says no long blank walls, and you must have offsets every 20 to 30 feet on the commercial level, which I'm afraid, I'll finish my sentence, might require separate actual retail units in order to make that variation happen. And I know that's not the proposal at the moment. And I was going to give you a compliment and an encouragement, Mr. Runke, but we'll have to do it offline. But it has to do with maximizing your profit, actually, or for your client. And I think it would be very helpful to you. So we can talk later.
Thank you, Victoria. Mm-hmm. Okay. Any other comments from the public? There's a hand. Did you want to rebut, Henry? So your hand.
Yeah. If there's no further public comment,
I don't see any other comments. So go ahead.
Okay. So one of the things that we talked about was the separation between the buildings and the idea of open space, non-open space. The reality is Carmel is not a series of buildings in the downtown that have setbacks. Most of the buildings are actually different architectural styles, but they are distinct, and many of them are property line to property line. So we're doing even more, I would say, as far as separation than what you would normally see in Carmel. I mean, I would even argue that we could be pushing these completely together and still create separate buildings, so to speak, because that's how Carmel is actually developed. So when we look at it and the way that we've separated it with some of the walkways that take you from apartment unit to apartment unit, I think that we not only meet the spirit, but go above and beyond the building separation issue. We have no gates, we have no barriers. So the public is able to go up and down the stairs, go across walkways. It's completely open and accessible. That wasn't the case in our first design. So the question came up about, could you still make the public access through those areas? Yeah, we can do that. And then I just want to thank everybody for the very nice, positive comments. It's really refreshing. and I appreciate all the hard work to get here. And I look forward to the comments from the Planning Commission. Thank you.
Thank you, Henry. Okay. All right. We have any further comments from the public? I don't see any, so I'm going to close the public comments, open it up to the commissioners for their comments. Commissioner Dells, would you like to begin?
Yes, sir. Let me, Henry, thanks. You listened. I'm glad that you were given, full artistic license with this project. I think that was a concern that showed itself last time. I remember I asked you what was the inspiration for the beach design, and you really just said that it was what the designers in Monaco thought would look good. And I just found that troubling at the time, and was hopeful that the next step would be that they would give you more leeway. And I think that's paid off. I agree with what's been said about this is much better. And I think between the newspaper and other sources, it sounds like the history of this project has been that specific design styles have been rejected. And that's not my interpretation of the first two rounds of this thing. I won't go back to Daldano. I wasn't here. That was 2016, 17, and 18. It was a long time ago. But for this round, in both cases, I think the biggest objection you got was the 10,000 square foot objection, that it was, in both cases, what appeared to be one very large building essentially wrapped in an architectural style or multiple architectural styles. And you took that on board with this one. Where I feel the need to start is with the CDC, the development code, the zoning. And what I've learned is that our zoning is not guidelines. Zoning is zoning. The zoning is absolute, and our job as planning commissioners is to make sure we're applying the code. And sometimes you do have to interpret it, but it's very much of a black and white thing. And I think there's four things, and it's the same things I mentioned when I asked questions or statements really. With Evan, 17.14.120 on the max building site, that the maximum in the SC district is 12,000, this project is 16,000. And if that's the case, the land area must be broken up into one or more essentially projects so that it looks like distinctly different projects. I think you've achieved that almost. And my exception is the meeting that open space requirement for how you define individual structures. And I'll just read from the code. No single structure should contain more than 10,000 square feet of floor area. And then inner accessibility between adjacent structures on one or more building sites by any means that allows passage between structures without first exiting to an open space area that's the test. And then in 17.14170, open space is defined. Open space is an open area that is free of structures and is visually accessible from public ways or walkways. And yeah, it's interesting. I had said before that open space is also defined as being open to the sky, but I think I'm wrong on that. A courtyard is an open space that must remain open to the sky. So the open to the sky bit applies to the courtyard, not necessarily to open space. So that helps where I was going. So my concern is the balcony, the common egress balcony that connects all four buildings. I'm struggling with how a structure can be free of structure, right? It is a structure. And my job is to apply this code as I read it. And that's the one I am struggling the most with. Floor area ratio, I do think based on the definitions of courtyards and interblock walkways, you check the box, you get the bonus. And on height, you're below 30 feet. And we can talk, I'll just go there. On the mezzanines, I have voiced support in the past for mezzanines and will continue to do so because they're residential. And we need the residential product in this town. And I do think mezzanines are going to be probably part of the solution going forward. But that's my opinion. So I think that's checking the boxes for the code. So biggest problem is that the common balcony. Getting to the design elements, it's kind of premature, actually, in many ways. I mean, you've given us black and white renderings of a prairie building, a Mediterranean building, called it, I think, the San Francisco shingle and the bow house. And those are, I'm familiar with some and not with others, but without seeing color and materials and all those things and, articulation and fenestration, it's very difficult to really do a thumbs up or a thumbs down on those things. I personally, the bow house was the one I scratched my head at a little bit just because I lack familiarity with it. And the San Francisco shingle, similar, but you've already given me something to go look at the Cafe Pinot. If that's an example, I'll pay attention tomorrow to that. So, as we go forward, when it gets to matters of design and the design regulations, to me, the burden is on you to demonstrate that this project checks all those boxes. And I would encourage you to go back to the 2016 approval of Del Dono 1, where the architect actually took the time to produce a document that I'm looking at. So this, and it was from Eric Dyer, where he just listed every single commercial design guidelines because there aren't all that many of them. And he made his point. This is how this project satisfies this design guideline. Because if you I'm encouraging you to own your message as we get there. I guess the one thought I do have on design is, you mentioned that you thought it might be interesting to have a little more courtyard on Dolores. And the Dolores frontage is my biggest concern here. Meaning I'm less concerned with the Fifth Avenue frontage. And I do think Doug Schmidt, in his letter today, I think he gave you some good ideas. I went over there with my wife after lunch today and we just kind of stood on that sidewalk, and boy, it's a skinny sidewalk. And it's okay for what was there before. And it's okay, and it gets wider elsewhere, but it needs to be more than 7 feet wide to really be appropriate for the buildings of this scale, because these are still big buildings for that neighborhood. And I really think that I think I would encourage you to find ways to push the project back. The idea of a bigger sidewalk, I think, is a good one. I think you need to consider tree wells and ultimately the growth of larger trees in the front and make sure that they have room and that the pedestrians have room. And I would love to see a just really inviting courtyard right there on Dolores, as opposed to something that's back off and hidden in the walkway, but something that's really open, that is not that just checks the box of 400 square feet and 20 feet wide, but something that his example that Doug Schmidt gave you is of the Carmel Plaza frontage on Ocean. And it's a good example. It's a very different scale. It's much bigger. And, so I'm not suggesting that it needs to be that big at all, but that concept of allowing a pretty good size sort of indentation into the building, in that case with a lovely fountain, it's great. And I think you can make a real statement and add to the ambiance of that corner that has taken place on at least two bits of the corner of the corner. I think that's it for my comments. So thanks, really appreciate it.
Hey, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Dels. Commissioner Locke, would you like to make your comments?
Sure. I would like to thank Commissioner Dels for starting out this evening. And I'd also like to say to Henry and others that have been involved in the project, yes, I think we're moving forward, but I'm not sure that we're quite there yet. And I do appreciate the comments from the public that we've had, as well as the correspondence that we've received from some of our residents who have a lot of experience with this type of project. So my comments kind of go to my previous comments at the last public hearing back in March 2022. I still think that the mass and scale of the project is big. I think that the frontage on Dolores needs to be rethought. Yes, I understand that the square footage is allowed, and Henry, as you mentioned, that you check the boxes and that everything is compliant, but just because you can doesn't really mean you have to. The general plan land use policy states that they wanted to continue to encourage mixed use land uses in the commercial district on streets where a pattern of second story buildings already exists. And I do want to point out there is no pattern of two-story buildings on the street. Yes, there were two smaller two-story buildings that were demolished almost 10 years ago on the street. But what's there right now is not a pattern of two-story buildings. The Art Association next door is a setback single-story building that has the potential to be completely dwarfed by the project that's proposed. I appreciated the comments that were made about the possibility of access to the Art Association building. I know that was previously part of the project that was approved, and I'm sorry that wasn't included. It's been my position all along on the current project that the inner block walkway should be something that is high priority, but I also think that consideration for access and how the Art Association building is kind of incorporated into that neighborhood needs to be considered. Let's see, second question would be materials. And I know we kind of talked about this, that it might be a little premature to talk materials, but I think there are too many different materials proposed at this time. In particular, I think the fieldstone building, or the fieldstone on building 1, is overwhelming. And that's just straight out of the box on that for me. And I just think that there's just way too much. It's busy. I think there are too many styles. And so I'd like to see everything kind of refined on that. Commercial space. So this iteration has the commercial space as a shell with the potential for an outdoor dining area in a fairly large area of the interior plaza or courtyard. I have two concerns about the commercial space. To me, 9,000 square feet seems very large for an area that's supposedly transitioning into the residential district. And I'm also concerned about the potential impacts of up to 15 tenants based on the number of doors and how those tenants and their businesses will affect parking and congestion in an area that nearly every resident and business visits on a regular basis because it's across the street from the post office. And I know we haven't gotten to the point where we've done any traffic studies or whatnot, but I really see that as being a potential problem if it's developed out at numerous commercial spaces. Let's see, the courtyard. So the proposed project, in my opinion, does not invite the public to enjoy it. I think it's dark, it's narrow, kind of enclosed, and this goes to the previous comment about opening up the Dolores Street entrance. The entry should be open and inviting. And from the courtyard, from the elevation, from the interior elevations, there's no obvious exit to Fifth Avenue. So to me, that just made it even more closed in. Commissioner Delves mentioned the letter we received from former city manager Doug Schmitz. I thought that was very thoughtful. And in my opinion, it was a spot on letter when he suggested that that you perhaps look to the Carmel Plaza for guidance in the redesign of this project. He suggested redesigning by focusing on the public access courtyard first and making that the priority and then building around that, designing around that, have art plants and seating that would attract the public. And that goes again to this interblock walkway, which I kind of have a concern about because I know where it goes right now behind Ipsen's building, it's very, very narrow. So I'm not really sure how that's going to be accessible to all people, but nonetheless, we still have that courtyard or that walkway. The landscaping, the current proposal has only 780 square feet of landscaping. And it's clear from the previous discussion this evening about design guidelines that landscaping is vitally important to our village. And so I think that there definitely should be more greenery around and in this project. And Commissioner Delves mentioned the tree wells and that kind of thing. I definitely would like to see more landscaped areas. I think part of that could be accomplished if the buildings were pushed back from the sidewalk and the sidewalk expanded. That would provide some space for more landscaping. I'm very sorry that there's no affordable element in this project. And I acknowledge that it's not required, but there are 3 smaller and under 650 square foot units, but they are market rate, they're not affordable units. And while you say that because the square footage will make them more affordable just by their size, I have to say that someone in Pacific Grove just converted their garage to an ADU and they were looking for over $2,000 a month in rent. And that is not affordable to many of our workers and our seniors. So to me, that is not affordable housing. I'm sorry, we don't have housing in this project. And finally, I think that whatever project we end up reviewing, the site must be flagged again. So that the people who live uphill will be able to see what the impacts are. And I also have a concern about the Carmel, the housing next door, Carmel Foundation housing to the west that has 2 large windows that'll be looking into the project. So there are at least 2 units that will be impacted by that. And I'd also like to see a physical model of the project before it gets to final approval. And those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Locke. Commissioner Allen, your comments, please.
Yeah, so they go along with the other commissioners. I like that they're really trying to accommodate the things that have been suggested. I like the attempt of stepping it up in terms of the height from the art association and then from the street. I would love to see if we could have more sidewalk in the front on Dolores. I really like the separate buildings, and I do think that the 4 work together really well. I wish there was some sort of inspiration to how the architecture was chosen. I did like your story about how you walked around. That gives me hope that that you're looking at all the different things that that we currently have in the community. And shows some passion around that. My thought is after the conversation tonight, we probably have some way to go on the design aspects, but I think we're headed in the right direction. Just wanted to clarify. I believe you said that there is a walkway to the Art Association, and wanted to verify that because I wasn't sure if I saw that in the plan. And then I completely understand the need for square footage and dollars with this investment. But at the same time, when you look at unique and beautiful buildings across the world, there are some common things, and that is that, they have this dimension to them. They have tree canopy, they have lush landscaping, there's art and aesthetics included in them. And then there's that sense of space and seating and community gathering. And there's also a consistency in elements and color and materials and shapes. And so, so hopefully there's a few things that could be done to get us to that point. I liked, let's see, in terms of the height concerns, I do share the concern around, we had some neighbors that thought that their view was being impacted. So I would want to see that. I know you made the comment where you had broken up those mezzanines enough to accommodate that. I wanted to make sure that that was for sure. And I think that covers everything that I had. Yep.
Thank you, Commissioner Allen. Commissioner Locke, yes, more comments.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I missed a couple of things about mezzanines. So I wanted to just say this, in my opinion, that the mezzanines and flat roofs just allow the ability to go higher. And that is somewhat of a concern to me. I am also concerned about the doors, windows, and the balconies or decks on the mezzanine. And I think that only enforces the 3rd story appearance of these buildings. And even though I mentioned in the design guideline discussion that at some point we need to talk about going higher perhaps to accommodate housing, we don't have that in our current guidelines. And based on the elevation plans, I think that there is the perception of a 3rd story when you have doors and windows and balconies on the mezzanine level. I personally don't think that the mezzanines should be something that we support at this point for a 2nd level. And that's why I asked the question. I think that I have no problem supporting them in a 1-story project, but when going to mezzanine level at a 2nd story, you're essentially putting in a 3rd story in my mind. And then, as I mentioned, also, I would like to see the Dolores Street frontage setback and modulated, and this again goes to the design guideline discussion earlier, modulated to create the rhythm that was discussed in these workshops. Because right now, to me, it's very stark, and I would like to see more space. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Locke. Are you getting all of that, Henry? It's a lot of
yeah. I've been taking a lot of notes.
a lot of information. But I think those are all. That's all. This is all really great direction from the commissioners. I mean, I really don't have a whole lot to add. I think the key components that I've heard from the commissioners are you need to work on making sure that it meets all the municipal codes. The mezzanine issue is kind of a gray area. The way I agree with Commissioner Locke. I think it's a third story element. It's enclosed. It's got windows, doors. But the way you've dealt with it, I don't see that it's a big issue for this project. I think the comments about the layout, how it presents itself to the 6th Avenue, the context of the street is very important. I think that's, for me, the weakest part architecturally about this design is the elevation along 6th Avenue. I think the Prairie Building presents itself as massive. It isn't really keeping in a human scale. It needs.
Are you talking Dolores?
Excuse me. What did I say?
Yeah, you said
Dolores?
5th.
Oh, excuse me. I mean Dolores. Yeah, Dolores. Okay. The presentation along Dolores. I think you need to have more articulation there, particularly on the Prairie style building. More inset. I think one of the commissioners mentioned widening the walkway. If you don't do that, I think there needs to be pulled back at least 3 feet inside of the wall, the urban wall of the building, so that there's some articulation there. And that building, to me, it lacks human scale. It's got these very large corbels, a big large element that protrudes out there. The other building, the Spanish Colonial Revival, I think you could get more articulation by making that arched that you have, making that a walkway behind it, create some depth there, then create 3 feet in there, and then just carry that around the building. That would open up the courtyard, that and brings you into the building. Those kinds of elements. I think that's meeting. I think all the suggestions and direction you've gotten from the commissioners tonight, I think those are all good. You've got a project here which is workable. You really did. I congratulate you. You really did listen to the last meetings and come with a much better approach. It just needs to have a better treatment along Dolores Street. Deal with some of the code issues, and then the direction that was given by the other planners. I'd like to see a better connection to the Carmel Art Association's entry there. That would really be add a lot to this project, more connectivity. And also that would bring the context more. Context is part of it, is about connectivity to the surroundings and a physical connectivity to these areas. So other than that, I think you've got a workable project here. You just need to, take some of this direction we've got tonight and just incorporate that. And I think, you can come back with something that we can really consider in a design review and move this project along.
Wonderful.
Hey, Michael.
Yeah, Mr. Dells, you want to make another comment?
Yeah, I think we owe Henry clarity on the mezzanine. I voiced support for it off of the second floor. Stephanie did not. She made a good argument. Should we kind of declare ourselves at this point to help him?
Well, if you want to, yeah. You're in support. Commissioner Locke, are you not in support of the mezzanine, or what's your feeling?
No, I said my concern has to do with the windows, doors, and balconies, and the fact that visual aspect of it appears to be a third story.
Okay, Commissioner Allen.
I'm fine with the way that it's been placed, as long as we don't have concerns from neighbors in terms of height, view. I think Commissioner Locke mentioned that there may be some units even in the back that could potentially have some issue, but otherwise I'm okay with the mezzanine and the way that they've structured it.
And Henry, one thought is, I'm just looking at it. You've got these open to below sections that they're not significant, but if you removed them, it would even pull it back further from the street.
Yeah, we can look at that. We have to have a little bit open to below for it to qualify.
Oh.
On a technical level.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't have a big problem with these mezzanines on this project. I mean, I think we have some work to do as a commission to work on the language in the code as far as mezzanines, but these are set back far enough that I think your point that you don't really see them from the street. So that's a big challenge, this project, I understand. It's a big lot, the buildings you want to minimize, and we want to minimize the impact to the particularly Dolores. And that's why, from my point of view, I think where this project needs the most work is along Dolores. You need to bring that back further from the edge of the property. You could do that not necessarily by bringing the buildings back, but by creating some walkways inside the buildings, more articulation. Like I said, with that colonnade of arches, if that was a real walkway in there, like you traditionally see on Spanish revival buildings, that would do a lot to opening up, the building and also opening up the courtyard, because that would sort of add some dimensionality to the courtyard, even though you were inside the buildings. So,
Michael, one other question is, I voiced concern about the balcony, the common balcony for
the egress.
And I didn't hear any of you voice that concern. And again, out of fairness for Henry, that's a big component of this. We're
referring to the egress balconies?
Yes.
I think those have to be there to qualify for the fire escape, don't they?
We need them for exiting. Our other alternative would be to break them at buildings, but then we add multiple more stairways coming down into the open space, basically consuming some of our open space.
Yeah, it's kind of you add something, but then you lose something.
Yeah,
it looks
I
like
think one of the things I can't remember which commissioner said it, but we really need you to come back with a model. We really need a model on this. We need all of the visual tools we can get: the staking, flagging, a model, perspective on the drawing, more those kinds of things. That's really going to be helpful, and I think that's what's going to enable you to take this design, tweak it, and then keep this moving forward.
So can we do an electronic model, like a walkthrough or a fly-through type of thing, versus a cardboard model?
You mean on the CAD level?
Yeah.
Well, I think a physical model would be good too. I really do, but we'll leave it up to you.
Okay.
I mean, we're trying to give you some tools that will help move this along, and I know you want to do that. So
yeah.
So whatever you can do to provide the best representation of this in a three-dimensional form and in the context of its surroundings, I think that's what's going to really help people visualize the building and what you're trying to do. But I also like the fact that you're doing it and it's not being done by some other firm that's not here. I think it's very evident that having a local architect that has some experience and on the ground feel for this community in this particular setting is very important. That's the big change I see that really happened here. And this, and I want to say this is really a step up from what was presented before. So
okay, thank you.
Commissioner Locke.
Going back to Commissioner Delph's question or comment regarding the balcony is a structure, and if the zoning code is saying that you can't have connectivity between different structures, I think we need to consider whether or not that should be considered as a variance, perhaps, or or perhaps they can figure out a way to provide that the ins and outs of each of the buildings separately. But yeah, clearly it is a structure, therefore that would not meet that requirement.
You know, from my
if I understand the intent, though, it was the fact that there can't be a lot more than 12,000 feet. And so it might be possible to come in and, you know, we can still have two buildings that have a connection, but then we break so that these two are sitting on a 12,000 foot area and these ones sit on a 12,000 foot area. But then that would require an extra set of stairs coming down to each. So that would be the sacrifice in doing that. It's not real practical, but it can be done.
I know you'll do the right
Evan,
thing.
you have a comment? You have a comment about this, Evan?
Yeah, it refers to the building. The code refers to the building site. So the building site is 16,000 square feet. So I understand what Henry's going for. And sorry, my dog's going nuts in the background. I understand, you know, the point he's trying to make, but because it's a merged building site made up of 4 lots, it numerically, you know, we still have to treat it as a single building site.
Yeah, Henry, I again, just go read the code, but my read of it is open space is defined as free of structures. And you have to pass that open space test to be an individual building. So I would encourage you to look at different ways of handling your circulation and your egress that are within the fire code. And if you come back with something if you come back with the same thing, I think Commissioner Locke is right. We're gonna have to have a finding of some sort.
Okay, are we, I think that's all that's required of us this evening for this review. Is that correct? I think it is. Okay. All right, thank you very much. We look forward to seeing your design as it moves along through the process. Hopefully next time it'll be design review. We can
Wonderful.
Make some headway on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all.
All right. Okay, I'm going to call a 15-minute recess. So let's just say at 7:30, we will reconvene at 7:45. Okay, everybody back is, let's see all the commissioners. Staff is here. All right. I'm going to reconvene the Planning Commission meeting. Can we have roll call, please?
Commissioner Allen?
Here.
Commissioner Delves?
Here.
Commissioner Locke?
Here.
Chair LePage?
Here. Okay, we're going to continue with the public hearings. The next item is item number 7. This is a design study. This is DS 22198. It's the, well, I'm going to butcher this, Carmel-by-the-Sea project, consideration of a combined concept and final design study application for a 323 square foot addition to an existing 2,065 square foot single-story house located at 3009 Lawson Drive in the R1 district. Can I have staff report, please?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, this is the Carmel-by-the-Sea project, and it's a combined concept and final design. And it is located on 3009 Lawson Drive, right across the street from the Mission. And the subject property has about, the area is about 7,500 square foot. And the property itself is about approximately 2,000 square feet with 557 square foot attached garage. That's inclusive of that. And they are proposing to a 323 square foot addition. And additional project components include a gas burning fireplace and a chimney and site coverage reduction. In regards to forest character, there are 15 trees. 9 of them are cypress that's along the back, and 3 of them are oak. And one of them is a significant coastal live oak, and 3 are other type of trees. And the city forest doesn't request any new tree, and the applicants are not proposing to remove any. And in regards to privacy and view, the addition has minimal privacy and view impact, and that the addition sits slightly below the existing ridge, and it maintains a single-story form, and the new windows are generally the same size. And as you could see on the west elevation, they're proposing 1 window, and the 6-foot fence, as well as the tree and the vegetation, provide some privacy. And on the north elevation, they're proposing 4 windows, and the 3.5-foot retaining wall, as well as a 6-foot fence and the cypress trees behind, provide some privacy for the residents in the north, on the north side. And in regards to mass and bulk, the addition does not really significantly increase the mass, and it is comparable with the site and the adjacent properties. In terms of building and roof form, the addition maintains a 4 and a 12 pitch, as well as they're proposing a new skylight, which is about 2 foot by 2, and it's not visible from the street level. And in terms of finishing details, they are proposing to maintain the horizontal wood siding and in the same color in shaker beige, and also the composite shingle, which would be in mission brown. And the windows will match the existing material and color. The site coverage is currently non-conforming, and it's about approximately 1,200 square feet. And this lot is allowed 630 square feet, and 932 if 50% is permeable. And they're proposing to reduce the site coverage by 620 square feet to about 599 square feet. The lighting, the lighting that they're proposing, it's a bronze down lighting, and it has a 120 volt integrated LED light, which has about 350 lumen output, and the light fixture is dark sky compliant. So the staff recommends that you adopt the resolution approving the combined concept and final design. And this concludes my presentation. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them.
Are there any questions from the commissioners for staff? Yes, I don't hear any. Okay, thank you, sir. Okay, is the applicant or the applicant's representative here to make a presentation?
Yes, I'm able to talk about the project. So when my wife and I moved to Carmel in 2014, we actually thought that we need to remodel this house. The house was built in 1956, and it has never been remodeled. Had only one owner for the duration of, until we bought it in 2014. Our initial idea was to really raise the plate of the house. And Michael, you probably remember our 2015 attempt to get an approval by the Planning Commission. And we actually did get an approval to build a house with a 10-feet plate on the same, pretty much the same footprint that we're discussing today. But then we decided that that wasn't a good idea because we actually value the privacy of this house. We don't see the neighbors do not see us. It's a very private lot. So this time we really want to go with a very conservative remodel where we stay at the current 8-foot plate and we use the traditional roof, just extend it towards the back. And the goal of the remodel is really to make the master bedroom functional. Right now, we're not using our master bedroom in the back because it's just not functional. With this remodel, we'll be able to use it, and we will also have a master bath, which we don't have today, and a walk-in closet for our clothing, which we don't have today. So that's basically the goal of the remodel, and it's as conservative as we can go at this point. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the owner applicant? I don't see any. Okay. Are there any members of the public that would like to make some comments regarding this application? I don't see any hands going up. Okay, I'm going to close the public comments. Open it up to the commission for their comments. Commissioner Allen, would you like to begin?
Sure. I like this project. I think that it makes a ton of sense. When I was reviewing the plans, I could see that the changes would definitely be more functional for you in terms of utilizing your master bedroom or your primary bedroom and bathroom. And so, I think it's a great project.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Allen. Commissioner Locke. Your comments.
I don't really have anything else to add. I think this is a very thoughtful project and it doesn't impact anybody and it will make their home more functional for them. So I'm supportive of this. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Locke. Commissioner Delves?
Nothing to add. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, staff has done a good job of presenting us with a concept and final, and the applicant obviously is presenting us with a very modest addition, which I think will obviously improve their layout for their master bedroom. So we have a resolution for this project. The only special conditions are the site coverage coming into conformance and 32 colors and materials. Final inspection, the applicant shall demonstrate that the colors, materials, and finishes of the addition match the existing. The light 33 is a light source and 34 is a volume. So I would make a motion that we accept the resolution as per staff.
I can second that.
Okay, is there any more discussion? Hearing none, can we have roll call, please?
Commissioner Allen?
Yes.
Commissioner Delves?
Yes.
Commissioner Locke?
Yes.
Chair LePage?
Yes. The motion is carried. Thank you.
That was 9 minutes, Michael.
I know.
Thank you very much.
9 minutes.
Well, it was.
I know.
We're going to give every project its due time. Don't worry.
Yes, that one was very thoughtful.
If you're wanting me to slow down, careful what you wish for. Okay. All right. The next item on our public hearings tonight is another design study. This is also concept and final. This is design study 20-300. It's a Clausen project. This is consideration of a combined concept and final design study application for additions to a single family residence located on Dolores Street, 5 northwest of 2nd Avenue, and it's in the R1 district. Have the staff report, please.
Well, thank you, Chair LePage. So the Clausen project is a 4,000 square foot lot. It contains the historic Zanetta Catlett Cottage. It was constructed in 1924 and designed by Hazel Watrous. The existing cottage is approximately 839 square feet, and the applicant is proposing additions totaling 430 square feet. And this would bring the cottage to 1,269 square feet. The property also contains a 185 square foot detached garage that's located at the front property line. There's also a 100 square foot attached workshop at the rear of the garage. This garage is part of the historic fabric. No changes are proposed to the garage at this time. So on August 15th, the Historic Resources Board reviewed the project for consistency with the Secretary's standards. The board also added the property to the Carmel Register. And in doing so, this allows existing nonconformities to be treated as conforming. And this is in reference to the existing garage. It doesn't quite meet the minimum dimensions for required parking as the code is written today. Typically, in order to add floor area, you have to have conforming parking. And for the purposes of this project, being listed on the register allows us to treat the garage as conforming and consider the floor area addition. Also being placed on the register allows nonconformities to be created when it's to protect the historic integrity of the resource. And we have 3 of those situations for this project. The first is the plate height on the rear elevation. This portion of the building is currently a 2-story element. It will be converted to a 1-story element, resulting in a plate height that exceeds what is allowed. But in an effort to preserve the roof and the building form of the historic structure, this nonconformity can be created. The other nonconformities would be in the composite side yard setback. So a reduced setback to allow the addition to be closer to the side lot line, and then also the rear yard setback. So the board did issue a determination of consistency with a couple of conditions. One of the conditions was regarding a chimney structural report. Staff has included this as special condition number 35. It simply states that the chimney will be further evaluated for the possibility of repair before issuance of a building permit. And if repair is not feasible, then reconstruction would be permitted. The second condition was regarding dry rot and termite damage. The applicant did provide an assessment of existing conditions. The board and batten siding is a character defining feature of the resource. And so the idea is that it would be preserved to the greatest degree possible, recognizing that there is some existing damage that may require some replacement. The third condition from the Historic Resources Board was to provide product information for the windows. And the applicant is proposing Colby windows in the Heritage Series, and they would be white. So with respect to forest character, the city forester identified 12 trees on or adjacent to the site. 8 of those trees are significant, 1 is moderately significant, and 3 were rated insignificant. The Forest and Beach Commission approved the removal of tree number 9 with certain conditions. and this is to facilitate the addition. The conditions include not removing the tree until the building permit has been approved, and not issuing the building permit until the city forester is satisfied that the neighbor's redwood tree, which is tree number 8, will be protected. And then lastly, the city forester shall approve the location of 2 new upper canopy trees. Again, with respect to parking and access, the existing garage is non-conforming. We are treating it as conforming for the purposes of this project, and no changes are proposed at this time. With regards to mass and bulk, both additions are single story, and they both are on the south side elevation at the rear of the property. The first addition is 22 square feet, and this is at the kitchen area. And then the larger addition is 403 square feet, and this will accommodate 2 bedrooms and a bathroom. So with respect to the creation of the plate height nonconformity, this slide shows the 2-story building element at the rear of the property. The existing finished floor is shown in red, and you can see it steps down as it goes from east to west. The proposed finished floor is the yellow dashed line. So this would create a level finished floor for the cottage. And then the finished floor will step down into the addition. And this is a comparison of the existing and the proposed rear elevation. Again, this is the 2-story element of the building that will be converted to a single-story element, and you can see how it steps down to the new addition. Also, the plate height at this, the southwest corner of the addition is slightly over 12 feet, which is the maximum allowed. And because this is new construction, that will need to be reduced before issuance of the building permit. And this has been included as special condition number 37. So also on the south elevation, the section of roof above the kitchen area where the 22 square foot will be added, that roof form will also be reconstructed to create a single level ridge. And the connection between the historic cottage and the new addition will be a flat roof. And the addition will have a 8 and 12 hipped roof. So with regards to finished details, the existing board and batten siding has been identified as a character defining feature of the residence or of the cottage and is required to be preserved. The new addition under historic preservation standards is required to be differentiated from the historic portion of the building. The applicant is proposing a combination of stone and stucco on the additions. And the colors and materials, so you can see a sample of the proposed stone as well as the color of the stucco. You know, as you can see, when we look at colors online, they can vary quite a bit from actual paint samples. So this is from online, and this is the actual paint sample that the applicant provided. With respect to exterior lighting, the applicant is proposing 1 wall-mounted light and 3 step lights. And with respect to site coverage, you know, historic properties can be unique in that some of the site coverage elements can actually be part of the historic fabric. And in this case, the meandering walkways and the garden walls were identified as character defining features of the property. So they are required to be preserved. This is about 310 plus or minus square feet of site coverage that would be exempt from the total. And the applicant is proposing a 440 square foot sand-set patio / courtyard as part of the project. The material has not been identified yet. However, the design guidelines do provide some guidance that they convey the color and texture of native materials, and then also using earth tones and sandset, which is proposed. And so staff will evaluate that prior to issuance of a building permit. Staff's recommendation is that the Planning Commission adopt a resolution approving the combined design study. And that concludes my presentation. I'm available to answer any questions.
Is there questions for staff from any of the commissioners? Okay, thank you very much, Marnie. Okay, at this time, would the applicant or the applicant's designer like to make a presentation to the planning committee?
Hi, yes, for the record, I'm Adrian Lopez. I'm the person responsible for the design. And I think Marnie did a wonderful presentation. There is not much to add. The challenge of this project was, first, it's an historic site, which creates a lot of issues to resolve the addition. And second is the topography of the terrain, which from the street to the back of the lot, we have approximately 10 feet difference. So, which makes the solution of the addition a little more complicated. We were basically defining the volumes in order to not compete with each other. So the addition is attached to the existing building through a flat roof, which somehow separates, the pitch roofs in the addition and the existing building. And then we conglomerate everything into a front courtyard that somehow blends both areas together, just to make it look more as a unit. And that is very much all. It's a simple project, 430 square feet addition. So the addition is way in the back of the house. And we try to preserve the half front, which is probably the most significant, the most character one, free of obstructions. And that is the presentation. So I don't know, if you have more questions, I will be happy to answer specific things.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the designer from the commissions? Okay, I don't see any. Did you want to make any comments, Mr. Clausen?
Yeah, I wanted to briefly make a comment. My wife is here as well. I think we just wanted to thank you for consideration of the project and just share a little bit of context. Specifically, this home's been in our family for quite a while. We intend it to be in our family permanently. Our goal here is to update it and really make the building ready for the next 20, 30, 40 years. There's some just repair and updates needed. And the expansion is really intended to just increase the functionality so that with our kids who are now adults, we can have the ability for them to be there with us. And we've really aimed to do this in a way that updates the property, but keeps the addition in the back of the property. And we very much want to maintain the historic nature and the look and feel from the street. And so we've put a lot of thought and effort into how to make this a functional addition and also something that really makes the building in good shape for the coming decades. And we appreciate getting to work with the historical committee and the city of Carmel. It's been a thorough process that I think we feel has really come to a good outcome. So,
thank you. Yeah. Did you want to say something, Mrs. Clausen?
No, I think my husband pretty much covered it. It's a very, very special property. And my husband's enjoyed it almost all of his 50 years with his family, and I certainly have in the last 25. So our kids have grown up spending a lot of time there, and we very much want to continue that tradition. It just is in dire need of a lot of TLC, and we kind of see it as the time it needs to sort of be moved to the next stage for its next, as my husband said, 30, 40 years.
Good, thank you. Is there anyone else from the public that would like to make some comments regarding this application? I don't see any hands going up. So I'll close the public comments, open it up to the commission. Commissioner Delves, you want to start off?
I have nothing but support for this project. Congratulations on, I think, just a very thoughtful addition. I really like the way the addition shows itself as an addition. And I think that's something that our Historic Resource Board is good at. I actually like the flat roof stone connector. And while I'm not always a big fan of that much stucco, I think it's appropriate here because it's just saying, it's sort of saying, don't look at me. I'm a useful addition to this grand old house. So I'm completely supportive.
Thank you, Commissioner Dills. Commissioner Locke, comments?
I agree. What a cute house. I gotta say, you guys are really lucky. And I'm also really happy that it's not white. the green is totally appropriate. Yeah, I think this is just great. So thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Locke. Commissioner Allen, your comments?
Yeah, I feel the exact same way. And, just to be able to carry on and enjoy this for generations, totally heartwarming story. So love and support the project for sure.
Thank you, Commissioner Allen. I just want to make a comment about how this project is a real demonstration about how Carmel preserves and protects its historic structures. This was identified as a historic structure. Historic resource specialists have, documented why it is. The Historic Resources Board reviewed it for compliance with the state. Now the Planning Commission is reviewing it. This is how the process works. And I encourage some of our critics to pay more attention to this. And, this is a beautiful house that just has more character than you see it immediately and you just love it. It's just one of those houses that puts a smile on your face. And you've got passionate owners that want to do the work. And I want to compliment the designer. I thought the plans were excellent in illustrating, using 3D techniques and well laid out, really a great set of plans. So I want to compliment you. So yeah, we have a resolution by staff, which has a few special conditions. 33 is a pre-construction meeting. 34 is a condition of acknowledgement of the issuance of the permit and the conditions of approval. And 35 refers to that chimney repair. I guess that's going to be decided at staff level. And let's see, what does that say? Repair's not feasible. Let's see, reports show, clearly document reasons why infeasible, provide recommendations for reconstruction, including identify materials and methods used consistent with the Secretary standards. So that's outlined. 36 is an alternative step light to meet compliance, lumen compliance. And then 37 is correct the plate height addition, plate height at the addition to 12 feet. So would another planning commissioner like to make a motion to?
I'll make the motion I'll make the emotion, hold on.
To accept the resolution as per staff?
Yes, thank you, Michael. That's my motion.
I'll second.
Second. Okay. We have a motion made to accept the resolution as per staff with staff special conditions. Made and second. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, can we have roll call, please?
Commissioner Allen?
Yes.
Commissioner Delves?
Yes.
Commissioner Locke?
Yes.
Chair LePage?
Yes, the motion is carried, and good luck on your project. I'll pay more attention to this house now. It's like I drove by it a million times and just didn't give it the attention that it deserves, and it deserves a lot. It's a beautiful little house.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time. Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, the next item on the public hearings tonight is number 9. This is another design study, concept and final. This is DS 22-233. This is the Latham project. It is a study for additions totaling 415 square feet to an existing 1,143 square foot residence, inclusive of a detached garage located at Lobo Street, 2 northwest of 2nd Avenue in the R1 district. May I have a staff report, please?
Well, thank you, Chair LePage. So the Latham property is a 4,000 square foot lot. It contains a 900 square foot cottage that was constructed in 1947. The applicant is proposing additions totaling 450 square feet, which would bring the cottage up to 1,318 square feet. So the property also contains a detached garage that's located at the back of the lot. It's approximately 240 square feet in size, and no changes are proposed to the garage. With respect to forest character, the city forester identified 4 trees on or adjacent to the site. 3 have been rated significant, and 1 was insignificant because it had died. It has since been removed. No other trees are proposed for removal, and the city forester is recommending the standard tree density of 3 upper canopy trees and 1 lower canopy tree. With respect to parking and access, the existing 240 square foot detached garage meets the minimum parking requirements. The garage is accessed by a 10-foot by 74-foot long asphalt driveway. The applicant is proposing to replace the asphalt with tire strips and wood chips. Residential Design Guideline 10.5 states that paving materials should convey the color and texture of native materials and that turf block should be avoided. The applicant is proposing turf block for the tire strips. Staff has included special condition number 31 to require that an alternative material be selected prior to issuance of a building permit. With respect to mass and bulk, this is another project with 2 additions. The smaller addition is 60 square feet, and it's for a new entry foyer on the front elevation. The second addition is 355 square feet, and it's a two-story addition on the rear elevation. There would be a bedroom at the main level with an office at the lower level. The existing deck on the north side of the rear elevation would be shifted to the south side, and it would be reduced in size to 160 square feet. So this is a comparison of the existing and proposed front elevation. You can see that the foyer fits into the existing form of the building. The applicant is also proposing to demolish the Carmel stone chimney. And on the rear elevation, you can see the 2-story addition, which is partially subgrade, and then the relocated deck highlighted in yellow. The finished details include a hardy smooth panel vertical board and batten siding painted a creamy color. And this is a light beige with tan undertones. The foundation of the house would be stuccoed and painted in the aspen color, which is also a beige. The applicant is proposing a standing seam metal roof in Riverwood, which is a darker brown color. And for the windows, they are proposing aluminum clad wood windows with a bronze finish. The rear deck would have composite decking as well as a stainless steel cable rail. With respect to exterior lighting, the applicant is proposing a wall-mounted fixture that complies with our lighting requirements, and then also a step light. Standard condition number 11 just kind of reiterates our lighting standards, and special condition number 32 requires a comprehensive lighting plan to be submitted with the building permit application. The project also includes 3 new skylights. All 3 are proposed on the north slope of the roof. 2 would be located in the living room and a smaller skylight in the hallway. Standard condition number 12 outlines the requirements for skylights. And the notes have also been incorporated into the plan set. The site is non-conforming with site coverage. The existing coverage is about 1,600 square feet. The applicant is proposing to remove a significant amount of site coverage and bring it into compliance with a total of 489 square feet, and up to 556 is allowed. And with that, staff is recommending that the Planning Commission adopt a resolution approving the combined design study. That concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions from the commissioners for staff? Okay, I don't think we have any. Thank you, Marnie. Okay, is the designer or the owner or applicant like to make their presentation at this time? Would they?
Yeah, this is Eric Weinkoop, and I'm on. I apologize, I'm having trouble with my camera. I can't. It's been sitting so long, I guess it doesn't want to come on.
Okay, all right.
But it's just the first time, but you guys, I think we all met.
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Like, okay, perfect. Yeah. So basically, my client just had a desire to update his Carmel bungalow, and so we came upon a design that maintains the size and scale of a typical Carmel bungalow, and also matches really well with the street. So I appreciate that my client on this project was not someone who wanted to dispose of the Carmel bungalow and create something else, but wanted to embrace the Carmel bungalow size and scale and just make it a little bit more contemporary to his needs and desires. And that's kind of where we landed.
Okay, is that all you want to say, Eric?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right. Did Mr. Latham want to address the Planning Commission?
Yeah, sure. I just wanted to say thanks, everyone, for your time and consideration. As Eric said, I think our goal was to use what was there as much as we could and improve what was there, removing a lot of things that were not in conformance, modernizing some of the features to create a little bit more space interior and a little brighter space on the interior, not to really change much in the footprint at all. We pushed out a little in the back for a larger size bedroom with a bathroom, but that's about it. So we wanted to try to do minimal changes as possible. The roof line is the same, didn't try to go higher. And thanks for your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Latham. Okay, are there any members of the public that would like to make comments regarding this application? I don't see any hands going up. Don't hear anybody. Okay, I'm going to close the public comments, bring it back to the commission for their comments. Commissioner Locke, would you like to begin?
Sure. I don't really have a lot of comments on this. I think it is one of those low impact designs and without controversy, so I support it.
Thank you, Commissioner Locke. Commissioner Allen, your comments?
I totally agree. The one question that I did have, sorry, Marnie, on the driveway, did you come to a resolution with the materials that'll be used on the driveway?
We did not.
Okay, so if,
they just dealt with a special condition.
Yeah, if you have any guidance or if you would like to amend the condition to be more specific about the material, you can certainly do so.
Got it. Okay. I don't have any recommendations. Maybe another commissioner or Chair LePage has a recommendation, but otherwise I think that it's a thoughtful project and I support the changes that they have introduced.
Good. Thank you, Commissioner Al. Commissioner Dels?
Yeah, it's a great project. Congratulations. You're taking a step to preserve a pretty little bungalow and extend its useful life by probably at least another 5 decades, and just completely update it. And well done.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Delps. Yes, staff's done a good job here of the findings supporting this project. Also, I think this is just a nice example of how an owner is keeping a cottage or a bungalow with its character, but introducing some modern contemporary elements and obviously upgrading it and adding some square footage for their own enjoyment. But I think it's just a way to show how a community can upgrade its housing stock, but still keep the character of it. So I think it's a nice approach, and my congratulations on what you've done with the design. Okay, we have a resolution with the findings and special condition, 3 special conditions. One is a condition of approval acknowledgement, pretty standard special condition. The turf block, prior to the issuance of the building permit, the applicant shall submit review for approved by the planning division for alternative tire strip material for the driveway. And then number 32 is exterior lighting plan. Submit an exterior lighting plan that is compliant. So would one of the commissioners like to make a recommendation regarding staff's resolution as is, or make any changes?
No, I'll move staff recommendation.
Okay.
Second.
All right, we have a motion to accept staff's resolution as written. Is there any more discussion? Okay, hearing none, a roll call, please.
Commissioner Allen,
Yes.
Commissioner Delves,
Yes.
Commissioner Locke,
Yes.
Chair LePage.
Yes, motion is carried. Thank you. Good luck with your project.
Thank you.
Okay, our last item, I believe. Yeah, I think that's the last item. So our last item on the public hearing is a timeshare ordinance update. This is a recommendation to City Council of minor amendments to Municipal Code Section 17.14.040 and 17.28.0.0 and 17.70.020.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair and Planning Commissioners. Yeah, thank you. We're here tonight to discuss an ordinance amendment, which at face value seems like it would be a terribly scary thing to do at the end of a long evening, but this is a pretty benign ordinance update. We're just going through the process because you have to make a recommendation to the City Council because it is in our zoning code, our land use side of things. So we're here to talk about amendments to the 3 sections up on the screen in front of you. Let me skip there. We go. So currently the municipal code prohibits timeshares. This is in all zoning districts. As you probably are aware, has been in the news. We took some recent enforcement action against a company called Passcode, which does timeshares. And so the prohibition continues to be enforceable as it currently exists. There's no errors with our code or anything like that. That's not why we're doing this. However, that enforcement action provided us the opportunity to look at ways to bolster our existing code because it was loud and clear that we wanted to keep that code as written. So because, like I said, because this is an ordinance in our zoning code, it requires the Planning Commission to review and make a recommendation to City Council. So your options, which I'll give you at the end as well, is to recommend to the City Council to adopt it as written, recommend to not adopt, provide edits, and then recommend adoption of those edits, or provide us those edits and continue this item to the next commission hearing. So a quick summary of the changes. Like I said, this is pretty basic. There's 3 sections being amended. 1770.020 would be simplifying the definitions. There's currently multiple definitions and terms throughout that section. We're reducing it to 3 definitions. It was overly complicated before. The main definition we're going to be using is timeshare plan. That becomes the main definition. And that controls the other 2, call them sub-definitions if you want, timeshare use and fractional interest use. It does repeal the other 5 definitions that are not really needed. 1740.040, again, just cleaning up so it uses that new definition that we're talking about. It makes it consistent with the other changes. And 17.28010 It does that same thing, makes the definitions consistent, but then also provides prohibition on advertising. It adds criminal penalties for advertisement in addition to existing administrative process, which the administrative process, think code compliance here in my shop. So the next steps requires 2 city council meetings. So we'll be going for a first reading and a second reading at city council. We need you, the planning commission, to make a recommendation. As I mentioned, those are your options on the screen. Ultimately, I don't have it on the screen right here. It will need to go to the Coastal Commission for adoption because it is in our zoning title, which is part of our local coastal program. Yeah, next step on the road is for the city council adoption. With that, I will end my presentation. We do have Sergio here from the city's legal firm that we use. He helped write these amendments. So if you have any legal technical questions, he's here and available for questions along with myself. And I will end my presentation there. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions for staff or Sergio?
I have one.
Commissioner Gels.
So my challenge here is that I think, well, at least I have full knowledge of at least a half a dozen homes in my immediate vicinity that are owned by LLCs. And I suspect at least 10% and probably way more of the homes in this community are owned by limited liability corporations. And you know, I see that this is a reaction to Picasso, and that Picasso, their business model underneath it all is they establish a limited liability corporation and then essentially sell shares in that LLC, and their model is 8 shares, and then each purchaser becomes a member of the LLC, but yet the LLC owns the property. And I struggle to see how that's any different from a house nearby that is owned by 4 different people in an LLC, or another one nearby that is owned by 4 brothers, and another one nearby that is owned by the parents, and it's either 3 or 4 of their siblings. Now, in a couple of those situations, they're family, but in at least one that I can think of, they're just friends. And what's the difference? That was from the letter.
Do you want to take this one, or you want me to try?
No, go ahead, Sergio. I think this is right up your wheelhouse there.
Okay, so realistically, the city is not banning co-ownership of property, and I think that's an important starting point to understand, is that there's a lot of properties that are owned as tenants in common, or people, you know, come together and buy property, and that is really not what this ordinance regulates. You know, when people, you know, inherit a property or something along like that, you know, along those lines, you know, they typically become tenants in common, and they have the undivided right to use that property at the same time as anybody else who's a co-owner. And that's an important starting point to understand, is typically if you co-own property with somebody, you all have the right to use that property. What distinguishes a timeshare use is that there is an exclusive right of occupancy of the property during a specified time, or like a floating schedule, or some sort of right that you gain to exclude everybody else from occupancy of the property. And that is a legal right. And typically, just because you own a property with another person, you don't get to exclude them. But if you're creating a legal instrument that says, I will have the right to exclude you during these set amounts of time, that is really, you know, the key to making a timeshare. You know, I get to this property during these times of the year, or I get to reserve it X amount of times during the year. That is really the distinction. So
Sergio, let me, I'm sorry for the sidetrack, but
Sure.
So full disclosure, I have been part of a fractional ownership property, and I currently am, not here. But we were 1/6 owners, and this was actually in Cortona, Italy. It was very cool. but but we had a structure where we were an Italian form of an LLC. We were each 1/6 members of it. We did have a rotating schedule, which is kind of what you're talking about here in your ordinance. And each of us got 2 months a year in Italy, and that varied based on a scheme. But we could also exchange with our fellow owners, and it had quite a bit of flexibility. So in that situation, and that's just one example, but I didn't feel anyone was being excluded. It was just a cooperation. And, I know, for example, the one nearby that has all the multiple family members in it, every year they get together, mid-year and say who gets what. And they rotate holidays. I mean, they have a real structure. So I'm failing to understand the distinction. And my concern is I'm not pro or anti-Picasso, really. It's just, how does this hold up when Picasso is really no different, other than their marketing and sales process, which is different, but are they really different? Are we at risk of just singling them out when in fact this is a common practice?
Well, and I'll say that's whether or not you would like to ban timeshare uses, that is clearly a policy question, which, you folks are certainly free to debate as part of your consideration of this ordinance. What I will say is I will point out the city code already regulates timeshares. It expressly prohibits them. What this ordinance as a function does is that it cleans up the existing definitions which were adopted prior to state law being reformed in 2004 in the Vacation and Timeshare Act. And it cleans them up in order to, sort of make clear that, one, it expressly lists fractional interest ownership that is creating these same sort of legal rights as a timeshare plan as being included. Two, it clarifies basically what the city's existing definitions are. Three, it does go over and while the city bans timeshares, it doesn't have a provision banning advertising of timeshares. So this ordinance would include that. And under the city's existing zoning code, it's not until the sale is completed that there's technically a violation. This would allow the city to actually stop people from completing the transaction, which would make it easier for those people who are involved, to, unwind whatever arrangements they happen to be in. So that is really one of the key advancements of this particular ordinance would be a ban on advertisement of prohibited timeshare uses.
I get that. My concern is that we're putting a whole bunch of our citizens into a position of being guilty of a misdemeanor punishable by fine.
Can I ask a question here? Commissioner Dells, maybe this will answer your question. Let me ask this of Sergio. So it sounds like the confusion here is over fractional ownership and the rights associated with that fraction of ownership. So my understanding from what you said is you can have a fractional ownership like in an LLC. I may own, as in Commissioner Dells with his Italian property, 1/6, but as long as I don't have an exclusive right to 1/6 of the time in a year of that property to the exclusion of all the other owners, then it's not a timeshare. Is that correct?
Yes, actually, that is a very plain English explanation of the distinction.
Would you say that one more time, Michael?
Well, if you have a fractional ownership in an LLC, and in your case you owned 1/6 of the ownership of the property, but you did not have 1/6 of a period of time in a year that excluded anybody else from having the right to use that property, then you would not qualify as a timeshare. So the distinction in a timeshare is just that. You either have a timeshare for a particular period of time to the exclusion of all the other fractional owners, or you don't. And I would assume that a regular LLC, partnership, or tenants in common, those don't have a time period that exclude the use of the property to all the other, individuals that have that.
Or at least there's nothing in the law saying that when you're creating an LLC or you're creating a partnership that you have to establish exclusive rights of use and occupancy to real property. So the trigger is once you do that and you create a legal document that creates in you a right to kick everybody else out from that house and nobody else gets to use it but you for a set period of time. And that time can be a floating schedule. Like, you all get to decide, 2 months out of the year, and you have some sort of hierarchy in your contract or whatever as to who gets to pick what dates and how. But once you have something like that, that is when you make the timeshare. So.
Is there also some sort of way of differentiating the LLC? Like, for instance, in the example of Picasso, is that LLC project or property management? Or, because the other LLCs that Commissioner Delves are talking about, they're mostly around like family and trusts and things like that, I would think, right?
So as a practical matter, this ordinance doesn't, the revised definitions, just like the city's existing definitions, don't actually depend on what the method of ownership is. So it doesn't matter whether you have an LLC as the owner. It doesn't matter if you have 2 natural persons or 5 natural persons. It doesn't matter if it's being held by a trust or several trusts. What matters is that you are creating legal rights to specific time periods of use of a property.
Gotcha. Because we had a family situation where we did have, basically no family member or certain family members weren't allowed to come during our time because of the fact that we didn't get along. So there was that, but it was never a legal document.
Yeah, and
so
I think that is
the
sort of key distinction. If you and your brother own a house and you guys legally own the house, if you went to court, if you kicked your brother out, you could go to court and say, hey, I've been unfairly kicked out, provide me my legal remedies. And you two can informally agree, I'm not going to come when you are here.
Right.
But, ultimately you don't really have the right to kick them out. You guys are perfect co-owners. You have the exact same rights to the property at any given time.
Right.
What's really creating that timeshare is you're actually, creating that right that you can kick them out legally. And that's the distinction.
Okay.
Both in the city's existing ordinance, but which will be clarified here. And additionally, the prohibition on advertisement is really the big one.
So Sergio, can I ask you one more question? So this, as proposed, these revisions, you feel this strengthens the position of the city with regards to timeshares and also brings us into compliance, whatever current laws are or current legal definitions are?
I think it makes the existing language simpler, and for that reason, it'd be easier to enforce. So, and additionally, I think the big advancement, the prohibition on advertising, it lets the city be proactive in its enforcement rather than respond after the fact. So.
Okay. All right. Are there any more questions for staff or staff's attorney?
Okay. I guess I'm sorry. I'll ask one more.
One more. Here we go.
Are we being asked to have a policy discussion on this, or are we just kind of reacting to this ordinance? And I'm not looking for a policy discussion at 8:44.
No, Commissioner Delp's good question. No, you're not being asked necessarily to have a policy discussion. It's within your purview to talk about policy, but the agendized item, the one that was noticed in the newspaper, was for you to make a recommendation on this ordinance. If your recommendation to the city council is that they open up the policy discussion again and maybe they refer that back to you, that would be something to do. But right now, the city's standing policy, as Sergio mentioned earlier, is to prohibit timeshares, period, in the city.
Okay, are there any further questions for staff or the attorney? Okay, so are there any comments from the public?
Good evening. Yes, I do.
Okay.
Dear esteemed members of the Planning Commission and staff, my name is Naseem Moil, and I am the Public Affairs Manager for Picasso, supporting the homeowners of the single home we manage in Carmel-by-the-Sea. I am here today to respectfully request the Commission meet with Picasso to develop a robust policy framework that truly solves the concerns you have, rather than rushing into amending your timeshare ordinance with broad language that will sweep hundreds of co-owned homeowners into its dragnet and will create unintended consequences because of a single home that we manage in town. We are in the middle of litigation in another California city over this exact issue, and we would rather partner with the city on a common sense solution. This is the first opportunity we've had to meet, and I believe it would be beneficial to ensure your staff has been given all of the opportunities to review our model before making policy recommendations. You've afforded others on tonight's call the opportunity to present for consideration, but when I called your office this week, I was denied an opportunity to publicly present to you during the public hearing. While the staff's report is an interpretation of our business model based on language from our website, Picasso is not a timeshare. It is co-ownership, and it's been around for decades. The LLC that holds title to a home does not limit the owner's use or access to the property. The owners delegate the coordination of the usage of the home to Picasso, and Picasso uses a smart stay technology in our app to enforce the stay limitations and ensure that the home is used equitably by co-owners. Put another way, the stay limitations are not embedded in the operating agreement, but rather managed by Picasso through an app. It is analogous to friends or family who co-own a second home together, and friends or family use a Google Calendar or a similar method to track who uses the home at that time. Brothers and sisters and families and friends of co-owned property together, self-managing, all of the hassles that come along with owning a second home. Picasso just simply modernizes that approach, allowing families to enjoy more time together and less hassle and the stress of managing the home. But that's what we do. We professionally manage co-owned homes and support homeowners in communities that they know and love. Carmel benefits from higher utilization of second homes. Fractured and empty neighborhoods are revitalized with caring homeowners who make a large long-term investment to own a home here. Carmel also benefits by retaining primary median homes for full-time homeowners, while Picasso diverts attention away that second home ownership demand into a luxury home instead. Downtown businesses also see 10 times more spending with Picasso in a neighborhood, and store owners can shoulder the off seasons with consistently with employed staff. Esteemed members of the Planning Commission, I encourage you to meet with Picasso. Thank you for your time.
Great, thank you. Are there any other members of the public that would like to address the Planning Commission regarding this amendments to the timeshare code? Oh, okay, Simon Bull, go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Hi guys. Well, my name's Simon Bull. I'm in an art gallery in town on Ocean Avenue, Muse Gallery. I live on Carmelo Street. I'm also a Picasso owner in St. Helena, and I'm very intrigued listening to the conversations tonight between you all. I can see that there's some kind of a couple of camps. I can see that Commissioner Dowles and Allen are a little bit concerned that rushing this ordinance through might be cramping their style in terms of their experience of co-ownership, and many other people who are at risk, obviously, from the situation that rushing this through, because it's not really been thought through from what I can gather. I think that Sergio Rudin's comments that narrow the timeshare kind of thing down to one legalistic little comment about how time is shared amongst people is very legalistic and narrow. And I can see that pushing this through or recommending it would be like a very un-American kind of a thing. in terms of compounding, stripping away people's liberties and freedoms and turning the city into more of a police force. I don't like that idea, but personally, as a business owner, I like the idea of homes being filled with families in Carmel, and Carmel really does struggle. It's been declining at 1.4% of its population since 1980 a year. And, we have empty homes that are owned by people up in Silicon Valley. They come down here 6 weeks a year. Wouldn't it be better for all of us to have some of those homes lived in by people who are going to restaurants and coming to art galleries like mine, or buying food at Safeway or whatever? I just don't see the benefit of having empty homes. Maybe I'm in a minority here, but I think that defining this whole problem as a major issue regarding timeshare is a throwback from when timeshares were a very bad idea back in the day. And I think that Picasso's come up with a more interesting form of timeshare, even though I don't think it's timeshare. As far as I can see, it's co-ownership. I mean, I own the property in St. Helena, and I just go there for 6 weeks a year. Now, splitting hairs to decide whether it's co-ownership or timeshare. But I think that Picasso's come up with a really interesting solution to a problem that Carmel has. I think you should consider discussing with Picasso, maybe making compromises here and there, trying to understand the opportunity that Picasso model offers Carmel as a city. I think blowing it out of the water without really thinking it through could mean that we as Carmel, as a city, miss a great opportunity to make Carmel like a better place, like fill some of the homes, fill more of the restaurants midweek, and make the town less of a place in decline that's losing residents, and more a place which is, just a better, more human place, not just a bank account for rich people in Silicon Valley that buy property and never even go there, but just wait for the values to go up. I mean, that's pretty much all I've got to say. I've really enjoyed the conversations, by the way, and I appreciate all the concerns. And I just think that it would be premature to kind of throw this thing out. I know Sergio sounds like he wants to rush it through, and I get that, but I just don't see why it should be rushed through. Carmel's been here a long time, and it's going to be here a long time to come. And I think that the question as residents and as the council has before us is, how can we make Carmel a better place? Not just do the cottages look quaint, but are they full? Do people live in them? That's all I got to say, guys. Thank you very much for hearing me out. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Bull. Appreciate your comments. Frank Perry, would you like to?
I could not agree with Simon more. I've never had the pleasure of meeting you, Simon, but I agree with you 100%. Our home is next door to a property owner that rents their property out continuously. Okay, and that's for another conversation. But one thing that I've noticed is that the quality of people that they rent to are very good. They come from all over the country, literally all over the world, and every time I see them coming home from a day in town, their hands are full of shopping bags, groceries, clothing, knickknacks, whatever the case may be, that they have purchased somewhere, in the peninsula. And, I know earlier in this meeting, which started about 5 hours ago, it emphasized the importance of the quaintness of Carmel and the marketing of Carmel. All these great things about Carmel, but yet when you drive through the side streets, I don't know what the percentage is, but a lot of those homes are empty, all right? And the only thing that we can sell is downtown Carmel and the people that we attract to spend money. We all know how much we all hear figures that come in during the AT&T golf tournament and the car shows and all those things. That's revenue, to the city. And for us to be totally blindsided, or not blindsided, but have blinders on to not look at a way of marketing our town better. And I don't know about you, but I get nervous when you drive through communities and you know that, I don't know what percent, I'll pick a number, 40% of the houses are empty. It just reeks of potential crime. I just think of crime. That's all I think about. And I don't know what the crime rate is in Carmel. I guess I should, but it just reeks that that's an opportunity for crime. And so that's all I want to say. So.
Thank you, Frank. Appreciate your comments.
Yeah.
Okay, do we have anybody else from the public that would like to make a comment on this particular measure? Okay, seeing none, I'm going to close the public comments, bring it back to the commission. Commissioner Locke, would you like to begin?
Sure, thanks.
Well, before we begin, Brandon, could you state specifically what the is being asked of the Planning Commission to do tonight? Because I think this conversation has been really interesting, but I think it's gotten a little broad. When we're not, we know we're not, this has nothing really to do with, is Picasso, is that what it is? Yeah, Picasso.
That's the company, I believe, yeah.
Yeah, we're not talking about them. However they do their model of business, that's not what this is about. This is about, we already have, as I understand it, we have a law or municipal code forbidding timeshares on the books. And this is an effort to streamline and simplify the definition of that. It's not an issue about whether, as I understand, not whether we are allowing timeshares or not.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, so that is what's in front of the commission tonight. What was noticed is reviewing the draft amendments to the ordinance. The city's ordinance, as you rightly put it, currently prohibits timeshares in all zoning districts. And so what we're asking the commission to do tonight is consider and then make a recommendation to the city council. The city council, being the ultimate policy makers in the village, are the ones who are going to make that decision. So your recommendation to them can be multiple things, but generally it's either recommend approval as written of the suggested ordinance amendments, provide some comments to how you would like some changes, and we will take those recommendations forward to the city council for consideration at 2 hearings, recommend denial of the ordinance as written, or recommend changes, and then we continue the item and we can come back with those changes for you to consider in the future. As you put it, you're correct. This isn't necessarily a policy discussion about whether timeshares are good or bad, or if the city as a policy wants to change that. You could make that, if you, let's say theoretically, the Planning Commission recommended denial of this ordinance in your recommendation. So you're adopting a resolution. Those are your words to the city council. You could direct staff to change that resolution to say, we want to recommend denial of this. And we also want to recommend to the city council to change the city's policy on timeshares. That's just one example of things you could do. You could do a host of other things, but that resolution is your vehicle for communicating to the city council in your words. And so we drafted a draft resolution for you tonight, recommending approval of the ordinance as written, but we will change that based on the direction we received from you all tonight.
Okay, thank you. I just thought that would be helpful to have some clarification on that before the commissioners start the discussion. So, sorry I interrupted you, Commissioner Locke. You please continue.
Thank you. So on the very simple question of definitions, I write ordinances for the water district, and anytime I can possibly make a definition clearer, that is high priority for me. So as far as that goes, I'm okay with that. I wasn't really prepared for a full-on discussion on this, but it is an interesting topic. And no, I think that tightening things up is always in order. We've already tightened up our short-term rental program by requiring licenses for those that don't get renewed, reducing the number of short-term rentals that are available. I think this is just right along that same path. yes, I understand the comment about quality of people that their neighbor rents to is good, but the concept is to try to reduce the commercialism of our residential areas. And I think that, anytime we're doing this, it takes away business from our hotels and our lodges, potentially taking away transient occupancy taxes and other things that support our government. So I'm good for clarifying definitions.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Locke. Commissioner Allen, your comments.
Yeah, I feel the exact same way as Commissioner Locke, and also think that if this clarifies and reduces confusion, then I'm good with it.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Dells.
Yeah. First off, I really think we should have a policy discussion on this. I think you heard several people speak up on the fact that there might be benefits to fractional ownership, and to just kind of throw the baby out with the bath here is, I think, premature and a little bit irresponsible. That what this is asking us to do is clarify that fractional ownership is a timeshare, and timeshares are outlawed. And, but then on this ordinance, my biggest problem with this is there's a lot of words here, but, if I just kind of paraphrase it, any responsible person who uses real property in violation of this section is guilty of a misdemeanor for each day in which such accommodation is used. And then furthermore, in violation of the subject, is subject to administrative fines or penalties. And I already know I have neighbors that are in violation of this with their current fractional ownership. And so I think it's just, it's extreme. And I'm not sure, it does clarify what at least our attorneys think is the right thing. Fractional equal timeshare is bad. Must outlaw. Let's make this ordinance absolutely clear about that. It does that. I can't support it though. I really think we should have a conversation sometime. And I think the city council should as well. I mean, I think they just were rash and doing their cease and desist against Picasso without really understanding what it is.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Dells. It seems to me that what's being asked of us is this change or amendments to this existing law better? It clarifies it. And on the face of it, I would say yes. So I would make a recommendation to support staff's amendments to this. But I also think that there's been some good comments here about timeshares, and there should be a broader conversation about this. We may have had a sort of a knee-jerk reaction years ago when timeshares first came out. I mean, I used to say that any local that talked to you in Mexico was trying to sell you a timeshare. Otherwise, they would never talk to you. So I know a lot of us that have traveled over the years have had some bad experiences. And we've heard terrible stories about people that own badly managed properties and timeshares and the value of them. But I think that obviously fractional ownership is a real thing. I mean, there's all kinds of ways to own property. Picasso was talking about how basically they're just managing fractional ownership. It doesn't necessarily mean that those owners have exclusive rights. So Picasso's business model is maybe perfectly legal and viable. I don't know. We're not really discussing that tonight, but the distinction I've heard is that if you have fractional ownership and it grants you exclusive rights to a particular amount of time to the exclusion of others' rights, then that's what qualifies as a timeshare. Now, whether that's good or bad, or it has benefits to the community, like Mr. Bull was talking about, and Mr. Perry, those could be very valid things, and they deserve a broader discussion. So I guess I would send a recommendation on to City Council, but also with the direction that I think there needs to be a further discussion of the issue of whether or not timeshares should be outlawed. I think it's always good to have interim reviews of laws that have been made in the past, and there could be benefits, you know, and we as a community are experiencing a lot of second homeowners, and it is creating a lot of vacant neighborhoods. You know, years and years ago, and I ran for city council in 2008. The closer I got to the beach when I was walking neighborhoods, the less people around. I remember walking up to this house. I went in the yard. There wasn't a leaf out of place in the yard. I looked inside. It was perfect. The guy across the street opened the door and yelled at me, says, "They haven't been there in 2 years. Don't bother." You know, I mean, that's one of the problems with second home ownership. And I think fractional ownership opens up, you know, rather than, you know, we have really high priced real estate. It obviously opens up the opportunity for a lot of other people in the social, political, economic scale to own property, enjoy it, and brings them into our community. You know, and what we need is diversity. You know, that's what keeps a community alive. You know, Carmel is a very old community. We have one of the older demographics, and that is a recipe for failure. You know, everybody that's on this commission right now, not everybody, but most of us are all going to be dead in 20 years. We're not going to be here, you know, and most of the people in this community are. That's going to create a huge change in this community, no matter what we do. We talk about community character and everything else. That's going to happen. So we need to continually explore ways to keep the diversity of age and socio-political, you know, people, you know, different demographics in our community, different racial demographics, all that. We need to do that as much as we can. So I think this is a worthwhile discussion. So I would recommend that we send this along with a caveat or a direction that they have a future discussion about, you know, whether or not timeshare should be outlawed in this community.
I'd second that.
Yeah, I agree.
So I would, Mr. Chair, could I make a suggestion?
Jump in. I'm just on
thank
the
you.
soapbox here.
So since it seems like you sort of led that discussion, and it's certainly something we can add to your resolution about recommending to the city council, one, that you know, to adopt the ordinance, but two, on a separate track, maybe to re-engage a bigger policy discussion about just timeshares in general. If your motion and the other commissioners want you to, perhaps we can work with you to write that additional finding in our resolution that will ultimately go to the Planning Commission, because you're the one that signs the resolution as the chair. So we can draft something and then work with you to massage that language. Since
I think that's something that we need to talk about. I mean, I've heard some very good comments here from the public and from the professionals too, from the
so if your fellow commissioners are okay with that being part of the action,
I agree.
Staff working with the chair to create that additional finding, giving that recommendation to city council, we will do that.
Okay, so you're gonna, are you gonna do that now? Or are we gonna have this?
No, sir. Well, because the typical procedure is, you know, you come and you sign the resolutions from the Planning Commission. You know, a week later, we'll draft some language. We'll work with you to make sure that it's, you know, in the vein of what this commission is recommending to the city.
All right, so the resolution tonight would be as per staff, but with a special condition
with an additional finding.
Planning Commission recommends to the City Council, additional finding that the Planning Commission recommends to the City Council that they have an open discussion about the illegality of timeshares.
Correct.
It's a future date. Okay.
Commissioner Chair, I'm so sorry to chime in. I know public comment is closed. May I just make a final thought?
Yes, go ahead.
In your staff report, you've actually named Picasso in the findings that will lead you to make any sort of votes today. I wanted to make that I wanted to clarify that in particular, because this is not really a broad discussion. This is in particular specifically about Picasso.
Yeah, I don't think, I think that we've probably, at this point, we shouldn't be picking out businesses and naming them. I really would recommend that staff remove that from the, is the city engaged in litigation with Picasso?
I'm happy to answer that. No, we are not.
We're not. No.
All right, okay, well then I would recommend that staff take the name of that company out of the staff report.
Yeah, we can certainly do that. And Mr.
I'm
Chair,
not even sure that it's a valid, that it's valid or not, because I'm not that familiar with Picasso's business model. And it's, they've expressed tonight that their business model is not a timeshare. And it may not be, I don't know. So,
but it's not in the resolution.
Yeah, it's not in the resolution.
It's not in the resolution. So, okay.
Just mention the staff report, but thank you for that note. We'll take the name of the company out of there.
Okay. All right.
And just to be clear, that also includes fractional ownership. I just want to be very clear that if this is a sweeping ordinance, this is to include fractional ownership in that. I thank you for your time.
All right. Well, I'm not really sure what context that was, but at any rate, my recommendation is that we approve the resolution amendments as per staff to the existing municipal code, and that we send a recommendation to council that they have an open discussion about the illegality of timeshares at a near date in the future. Have a public hearing so that this can be discussed. And staff can also do some more research on it for their report.
And Michael, is that purview of the planning commission or of city council?
Well, ultimately it's up to the city council to have, I think, to have a discussion about whether or not a ordinance should be changed. And then that would come, if they decided to change the ordinance, I think that would, it might come back to the planning. I think it would come back to planning.
It would. You're correct, sir. Basically, the conversation with the council would be, do they want to go down the road of amending this policy, or at least having the discussion? And it's wise for you to make that recommendation to them and see what they do, because the planning commission wouldn't want to put in a bunch of time and effort, hashing up and talking through policy decisions if the city council has no interest in doing it at all. So you're going the right steps here. If they refer it back to the planning commission, that's when you will engage with the policy discussion.
Okay, and that'll give multiple opportunities for the public to have input on it too. Okay, so I guess I just made a motion. So,
I'll second that.
All right. The motion's been made to accept to recommend to city council that the amendments to the current timeshare be made, but with direction that in a future date, they have a discussion about the illegality of timeshares. So roll call, please.
Commissioner Allen?
Yes.
Commissioner Delbs?
No.
Commissioner Locke?
Yes.
Chair LePage?
Yes. Okay, the motion is carried. All right, thank you, everyone, for your discussion on that item. All right, the next item on the agenda tonight is a director's report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will make it brief because it's been a long evening. As always, great job tonight. 7 total items, 3 of them were pretty hefty, so great job tonight. It was a long event. You got some more planning work coming your way in the not too distant future. Wireless ordinance and AD ordinance will be the closest to, so stay tuned for those, and we'll definitely get those out with enough time for people to review them. I also want to let you know that the council did appoint a housing subcommittee recently. Councilmember Richards, Mayor Pro Tem Richards, and Councilmember Ferlito are on that ad hoc committee of the city council to discuss housing and working towards our housing element update at the end of 2023. We did have our first meeting, as an ad hoc committee, a true ad hoc committee of the city council. They're not necessarily a Brown Act committee, but they have indicated they want to have public meetings as well. So those will start soon. So just keep tuned for that. And then of course we'll start coming through this body with housing updates and things like that. One note, you probably noticed it in the monthly report, because I'm sure you read every page of that every month when we send it to you for the community planning and building. But one interesting thing to note is that short-term rental enforcement, that we have 2 code compliance coordinators, and with the uptick that we've seen and the directive from this body and the city council to be more proactive on those, to date already this year, as of November 30th, we had 31 total cases that were open, some of which are closed, some of which saw penalties. Some of them had no merit, but we've still responded to 31 total cases versus the entire year last year, which was 11. So we've seen almost triple the amount of short-term rental enforcement cases Part of that is due to having more staff, but truly part of that is there's just more of them out there now. So we are proactively working on those. And then the last thing, I think we need to have a discussion tonight, just briefly. The city council did move to repeal and replace the ordinance that requires masks for all city meetings. This includes city council, planning commission, HRB. That will be repealed and replaced at the November 1st city council meeting. It will become effective immediately because it's an urgency ordinance. What it says is that when the California public health levels are at low, there will be no masks required, no vaccination proof required for public meetings. When we're at medium and high, there's still no masking, or there's no vaccination requirement. However, masks will be required. The reason I bring that up and the reason that's pertinent to this body is because last time we spoke about this, the direction was until something changes with masks, this body wanted to stay remote. Something has changed with masks. And so I think we need to have a conversation, especially because the city council, again, urged all hearing bodies to go back in person. If this body would like to start again with in-person meetings for your November meeting. So this is something that's within, it's not a public hearing. You can decide to make that decision tonight. You could also say, no, let's punt it and notice it and make sure the public can be part of the conversation next month. So I'll leave that to you. And then that's what I'd like to end with. If we can have that brief conversation, please.
Okay, I just know that Commissioner Bolton has an opinion about that, and I think that he ought to be included in the conversation.
Okay.
He's not here tonight, so I mean, I don't have a problem, with all the other commissioners expressing their opinion, but I think until Commissioner Bolton is here, we shouldn't give a definite decision about it. So, but anyway, go ahead and the other commissioners, however you feel about it.
I think we should wait and have this discussion next month.
Okay.
Are the other commissioners, Commissioner Allen, Commissioner Dells?
That's fine with me. Yeah.
Good with that? Yeah, I don't see any.
That's
Okay.
fine with me.
Then we will also agendize it then in case there's any member of the public that wishes. And the thing is, when we go back to in person, we're going to maintain the hybrid model anyway. So any members of the public that wish to keep joining us via Zoom, we'll still have that option. That's not going to go away. So that doesn't change it for anybody.
Commissioners won't be able to do it, right?
Correct. It will be commissioners and staff. We will all be together.
Could a commissioner, if could they join by Zoom? And
if there's a reason why you're not able to join, if you're ill or out of the area, and it means we wouldn't have you otherwise, then yes, as long as the city keeps adopting that ordinance. The city council talks about every time the amendments to the Brown Act to allow remote Zooming. You could do it even without that ordinance in place. You would just have to put wherever you're doing it from, your home address or some other address, and technically the public would be allowed to show up to your home address, come in and watch you do the meeting if they wanted to. That's what that ordinance does, is it alleviates that part of the Brown Act.
I think we need to have a further discussion on this because there was recent legislation passed that California about meetings and noticing of meetings and remote meeting participation. So,
okay,
it's a much bigger issue than just
a big subject. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Great.
Okay. But either way, we'll bring it back for your next meeting to talk about, and that's all I have for this evening. Unless you all have questions for me.
Any questions for staff or the director?
Everybody wants to go home. I don't know.
Okay, I want to thank all of you.
Good. Everybody wants to turn this off, I should say.
Really good. Our next meeting is November 9th. We'll see you then. Thank you so much.
All right. Bye, everybody.
Thank you, staff.
Yep.
Bye.